Welcome to the Sleep Haunt. Tonight, we roll once more into the endless highways where headlights stretch into the unknown, and the hum of the engine hides stories too eerie to forget. These are 11 true trucker horror stories, real encounters gathered from lonely rest stops, midnight diners, and long, empty miles where reality blurs into something colder. Before we begin, we've set a goal. Let's reach 100 likes on this video. Tap that like button now, and help keep our wheels turning through the dark. If you're new here, subscribe to the Sleep Haunt, so you never miss another drive into the strange and the unknown. Now, settle in, breathe slow, and listen. The road is waiting. Story number 1. Long before the desert took on its daytime shimmer, a tractor trailer slid along the westbound lanes with a patient hum. The driver kept the cabin dim and orderly, a lunchbox tucked in the passenger footwell, a thermos lid cradling a ring of coffee on the dash. Out beyond the hood, scrubland rolled out flat and wide, and the sky was a deep, even black, the sort that made town lights feel like moths. He watched the mile markers the way night drivers do, noting their bright green blink in the corner of his eye. 311. 312. A small comfort. Numbers. Behaving themselves. The AM band carried a far-off station through light static weather, drifting through like a voice behind a closed door. He let it be, and the engine sang along steady. Then came 313. It wasn't special. Lots of roads had that mile, but it stuck in his mind when it flashed past because of a shallow ditch, a slumped fence post, and a pair of pale prickly pears with big, moon-bloated pads that leaned toward the road like eavesdroppers. He had the easy thought every driver has. Remember that, and it'll be clear how far the next stop is. The next mile marker came into view and pricked at something behind the eyes. 313 again, same reflective numbers. The same slumped post. The same cactus pair with their odd tilt. He leaned forward, just a little, as if posture could make sense of it. Maybe a double posting. Maybe a county line confusion. He glanced at the odometer. Distance ticked up as usual. He passed a third marker. 313. The rumble strip thrummed under the tires in a short staccato, and he eased right, then back. Same ditch, same cactus silhouettes, one pad torn near the rim. A crescent nibble. It was not a déjà vu made of foggy impressions. It was a loop stamped with a clean seal. The CB hung quiet on its hook. The radio station dissolved into static, and returned with a long string of wind advisories for a different county than the one printed on his manifest. A different state even. He tuned down the volume and listened to the truck. Instead, the low diesel heartbeat, the whisper of air through the ductwork, the soft clink of something shifting in the cup holder. The highway sigh ahead was steady. A mile later, 313 slid by again. He could have talked himself into any number of explanations. Construction, temporary signage, a prank. But the desert didn't wear a lot of jokes, and there was no cone, no flashing arrow board, no stenciled crew truck. The road lay bare. He tried counting power poles instead, looking for a break in the pattern. One pole, with a broken crossarm dangled by a strap, a bird's nest lodged strangely at the bracket. Those came and went, and then came again with the same small knot in the same splinter. He checked the clock in the dash, then his wristwatch. They agreed. He set his blinker for the shoulder and let the rig lull down onto gravel. The hazard lights blinked their measured orange along the dry ditch. Far off, as if from another county entirely, a coyote tuned up 3 notes and quit. There was an old emergency phone box 20 paces ahead. A relic more than a help. Its paint flaked. The handset recessed like a relic behind a little smudged window. The bulb inside gave a tired glow. He didn't step out. He just studied the scene through the windshield and lifted the thermos cup. Steam wove upward and disappeared. On the inner surface of that little phone window, somebody long ago had pressed a coin to the glass, leaving a faint ring of oil that had collected dust. A perfect circle with a crescent nibble. He set the cup down. He was not lost. The truck knew what it weighed. The fuel gauge knew what it had. The road knew where it went. The repetition, though, was the sort that makes a person feel watched. Not by eyes, exactly. By something that was interested in the pattern it was making. One clean test, he thought without thinking, and reached up to the visor for a book of receipt paper. He tore off a strip and penciled 313 inches the middle. Beneath it, without meaning to, he drew a little pair of paddle-shaped leaves that leaned toward the numerals. He smiled at himself and crushed the paper into a small, soft ball. When he slid out of the cab, the night came in gentle and chilled. He walked to the shoulder and set the little paper ball on the gravel, just beyond the rumble strip, like a breadcrumb. Then he climbed back in, clicked the door shut with the old truck's satisfying latch, and rolled back into the lane. 313 glided past. He breathed, counted poles, same broken crossarm. He forced his eyes off the shoulder, felt the tug of the old phone's tired light, like it had a say in the matter. A mile later, 313 returned with the familiarity of a song chorus. Up ahead, he saw the gleam at the shoulder again. He eased over and stopped opposite the phone box. The paper ball was flattened into a little damp-looking smudge. A chill rose that had nothing to do with temperature. He cut the hazards, rolled forward a length, and pulled the truck entirely onto gravel, the trailer whispering as it drifted, the spring shackles chattering softly. He left the engine running and stepped down. The night felt close and old. The paper smear had the faintest tread marks across it, no more than a darkening, like a thumbprint, and then a second, overlapping. The patterns didn't quite match the tires on his own rig. 2 visitors? 1? He looked at the ditch. No fresh tracks there. Just the post, the cactus, the phone with its patient ghost of a coin. He returned to the cab and turned the radio volume up just enough to graze the static. The weather voice slid back into audible range and said, as if in answer, "Closure at mile 314 until inspection concludes." The county was wrong again. The state didn't match either. He rested his hands at 10 and 2. At 314, he thought. He couldn't reach 314. The CB let out a little breath of carrier. Then a tone crept in, like someone humming a single note into a glass bottle, and out of that tone a pattern grew. Da-da-da-da-da-da. He realized he had been tapping the heel of his hand on the wheel in a short rhythm to keep himself alert, and the tone on the radio had matched him by half beat. He changed the pattern. The tone shifted too, a fraction late, as if following. He reached for the microphone without quite deciding to. When his fingers touched it, the tone stopped, and after a second, in a warm, grainy voice that sounded like any person at a rest area might sound, a single numeral floated out. 313. He put the microphone back on the hook like he was placing a fragile glass on a shelf. The cab felt too clean, too bright. The mirrors crisp with his own lights. He signaled and pulled out. The loop held him twice more. Each time the small details repeated with the fidelity of a photograph. He became aware of a faint high note in the engine's song. Not a problem, just a harmonic that only appeared when the speed crept to a certain mark. And now, it was there each pass like a reminder that this was really happening. He timed the distance between his spot and the moment the marker appeared, and it was consistent to the 10th. The world outside wasn't playing tricks. It was presenting something precise. On the 4th time around, the dim phone light inside the box burned a little stronger, as if the bulb had found a good patch of filament. Something else was different too. Past the cactus, far beyond the reach of his hazards, a pin of red winked once and steadied. It was not a taillight too steady. He rolled slowly toward it. It resolved into the small, glowworm eye of a handheld light. A figure in a bright vest stood under the invisibility of the night, turned slightly away, arm raised, making a slow circle in the air like a child would make, to say, "Keep coming, keep coming." He eased over, the tires knuckling over gravel. The figure took a step closer to the shoulder and held up a dry erase board the size of a clipboard. The board was turned toward the lane. Letters shone, neat and sure. "Go past next ramp. Keep right." The reflective fabric on the vest, cheap and cut into thin strips, threw his lights back in small lines. The figure's face stayed in shadow under the brim of a cap. No urgent flapping, no frenzy, just that calm, mechanical arm. He nodded because that seemed right, though no one could see it, and settled back into the seat and brought the truck up to speed again. The CB remained dead. The AM weather retreated. 1 mile. 313. The figure did not appear this pass. 2 miles. The desert felt as if it had shifted weight on its haunches. And then, without fanfare, a different glint rose in the beam. 314. The numbers were so ordinary they looked unfamiliar. He felt something loosen in his chest, laughed without sound, and slowed a hair, because it also felt like stepping off a moving walkway and back onto still ground. A half-mile past that, a dark ramp opened on the right, new guardrail installed, the asphalt a shade darker than the highway. The signpost above it had no sign, just a bare rectangle where the bolts were waiting, and orange barrels nested neatly under it like sleeping birds. He stayed in the through lane. He kept right, just as the board had said, though that would have been his choice anyway. When he passed under the next overpass, a wait station loomed to the right, open and green. The night was pierced by a single fluorescent in the little office, and a vending machine hummed at the far end of the parking lot with a contentment not found anywhere else on Earth. He took the scale, the brakes sighed, the digital figures ticked. An older woman with short hair waved him forward with 2 fingers, and then back with a downward pat. Perfect economy. When she slid the window, the room behind her smelled like paper and dust and coffee burned just enough to smell like mornings. "Late one," she said cheerfully, not surprised. "You westbound?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Good," she said, and handed him the slip. "Stay through. They're avoiding that ramp tonight." He glanced at the slip. Someone had circled the printed weight with a dull pencil and written, very small, 313 just off to the side. He looked up, but the woman had turned away to answer a ringing desk phone, and for a moment he didn't want to interrupt. Didn't want to hear the tone of her voice and know it had nothing to do with him. Any of it. He placed the slip on the dash next to the thermos cup, where the circle would watch him, and rolled off the scale. At the lot exit, he paused and looked back at the vacant ramp past the fence line. The desert had that trick of swallowing distance. It all looked close and far at once. For a second, the faintest light, no more than the swipe of a firefly, passed under the bare sign and went out. He couldn't have sworn it was there. He slept in a turnout before dawn and woke to radio chatter and an ordinary sky making its way up. At breakfast, the diner television mumbled an update about an overnight inspection, a temporary closure near mile 314, after a short-lived sink opened under the new ramp. No one was hurt, no drama. The update scrolled past and didn't repeat. The story sat in him anyway. The loop that kept him from the one place that should have been safe and wasn't. Not for those hours. Later that week, he passed that stretch in daylight. The phone box had no light. Maybe it had burned out or never glowed in the Sunday. The coin ring on the glass looked clearer. The 2 prickly pairs were there, pads thick and dappled, one with a crescent missing, as if a big bite had been taken out of it months ago and sealed over. The mile markers were in order. 311, 312, 313, 314. Nothing repeated. The air felt simple. On a shelf at the way station that afternoon, near the window where the older woman made little conversations smooth as change, 3 green signs leaned against the wall behind a rope. They were old faces of the mile, the reflective numbers scuffed from wind and grit. The top one had a tired 313. The woman saw him looking and shrugged with a little humor. "We pick them up when the weather tosses them," she said. "Keep scaring folks. They get stuck thinking they're not moving." She didn't say stuck where. She didn't have to. "New ones are set right now." He smiled and thanked her, and she handed him his slip. The circle in pencil had vanished. Maybe it had never been there. He wanted to ask if she had written on it. But the question felt like letting something out of a jar. On other runs, on other nights, whenever the road flew straight and the clock had no urgency to it, he would hear a mild high tone in the cabin that wasn't exactly part of the engine, and he would switch the radio to AM and let static become the ocean that some people like to fall asleep to. Sometimes the static parted, and a forecast for a distant county drifted through, naming places he had never seen, giving wind speeds and humidity in percentages that felt like weights on a scale. Very rarely, and always when he had just counted the lights of 3 empty mile markers sequentially like rungs on a ladder, a voice the color of warm air would say, 313, as if pleased with itself. He didn't feel chased anymore when that happened. He didn't feel haunted. He felt kept. The desert didn't pull. Something in it offered time, until the road ahead was ready to take the weight. And on nights when a slumped post caught his eye and the world felt slightly duplicated and he couldn't swear whether he had seen that nest before, he drove through as if crossing a thin bridge. Slow enough to listen, steady enough to not ask the bridge to hold more than it should. Out beyond the hood, the white lines thread the dark with unhurried confidence. The numbers on the signs behave, until they don't. And when they don't, sometimes it means the miles are moving him away from the one thing he doesn't need to find, not yet. Story number 2. The grade climbed in long, patient switchbacks, a 2-lane ridge road east of the big interstates, where frost painted the grass and the guardrails carried a faint glitter. The truck moved like a steady breath in the cold, a hum, a whisper, the occasional soft clink of something shifting in the cab. He kept one hand on the wheel at 9, the other near the heater vents, fingers warmed by a thin ribbon of air. The dashboard lights turned everything nearby into small islands of color. Winking green of the cruise control, a soft orange clock, the white glow of the speedometer washing over the keys clipped to the column. Behind him, the sleeper curtain hung on a metal rail with a line of nickel rings. He'd never stopped noticing the way they clicked against one another on rough patches. Tonight, with the road dry and neat, they gave out a very light ticking from time to time, the way a chain chimes when a door opens 2 rooms away. He liked the sound most nights. It meant everything was where it should be. The radio was set to AM because the ridge was stingy with FM, and the night sky carried distant stations like driftwood. A low-voiced host was taking calls from folks who couldn't sleep. Nothing dramatic. A person described a meteor seen near a river. Another admitted to baking late and mistaking flour for sugar. The host's laugh was quiet and kind. Static rolled in and out like tide. The heater ticked. The mile markers on this state route were modest posts with small reflective squares. They rose, flashed, fell away. Oncoming traffic was rare, a set of headlights every few minutes, usually a pickup, usually in no hurry. He'd left the interstate earlier because a closure had been posted on the signs, and he wasn't in the mood to idle in a line of glowing brake lights. This way added 20 minutes, and gave him trees, rock cuts, and a sky so clear, it looked as if the stars were closer to the road than they ought to be. At 12:17, the radio host took a call and said the caller's name twice in the habit of talk radio. The caller's voice came soft, carrying the world-weary tone of someone who had been up past midnight too many nights. "I'm on a ridge," the caller began, and then hesitated. "I'm actually looking at... Never mind. It's dark." The host prompted gently. The caller exhaled into the microphone in a way that the driver could hear the breath more than the words. "Do you ever get the sense you're listening to yourself from behind?" the caller asked. "Like your life is happening 2 inches back from where your eyes are." The host said something about perspective and road hypnosis. The caller chuckled. "That's not quite it," they said. "It's just that some nights, you hear the rings." The driver glanced at the curtain in the mirror with a small smile, because it was a charming coincidence, nothing more. The AM band kept its little tricks. He reached for his thermos cup without taking his eyes off the road and sipped. The coffee was warm and simple. The caller continued. "I used to ride in trucks," they said. "My dad drove at night sometimes. The curtain rings made this little counting sound over the ribs in the road. I can be in another state, and if I hear that sound, I remember riding, and how the world is bigger than your headlights. A harmless slice of memory." The host shared one too, about bus rides and the rhythm of overhead lights. The driver let the voices float, checked his mirrors, and settled his right foot into a rhythm that kept the engine below the climb's deeper note. The ridge road had a narrow pull-off marked Scenic Overlook, in a sign that no place should use at midnight. It came up on the right. He glanced at it, then passed, then back. On the radio, the caller said, as if answering a private thought, "The overlook has a fence," and the driver felt his mouth go dry for a second because on this stretch, yes, the fence was a newer style brown wood slats and shiny hardware. He'd only ever seen the old steel pipe kind out here before. That new fence couldn't be, guessed from a guess, it could be luck. He convinced himself it was. Static fuzzed softly and cleared. The host asked where the caller was. The caller didn't answer. He or she, the voice was restful and plain, the kind that could be anyone, said, "I wasn't calling for advice. I wanted to say sometimes, The rings moved by themselves. The driver flicked the radio power off with 2 fingers, and the cab became very quiet. The heater ticked once from the difference. The engine settled into a steady tone, and the world outside held a vast, patient hush. He told himself he'd turned the radio off because the conversation had jumped into melodrama. He would turn it back on later and hear weather or a ball game. After a minute, because silence can be too complete, he turned it back on. A different caller was speaking. The host's voice sounded thinner, further, as if the station had hopped to a different transmitter. "Need old bridges," the caller was saying. "Why do they make those lattice trusses?" The host said something about load and distribution in beams hiding in the past. The driver felt ordinary again. He eased out of the curve onto a short straight where the reflectors made tidy dashed commas all the way to the next bend. The curtain behind him clicked twice, then once. He thought, that is exactly how it clicks when the crosswind picks up from the right and gives the sleeper a little shoulder. The sky was honest. The tall grasses on the bank to his right moved in a hush. Crosswind. Fair enough. The road tipped up a little more. Ahead, a sign warned of a series of curves. He set his eyes where the beam fell and let the truck do what it did best: carry and steady and be patient. The curtain rings clicked in a faint pattern that didn't feel like wind at all now. The timing was wrong. He listened. It went 1, 1 to 2. Breath. 1, 1 to 2. He smiled despite himself because the rhythm matched an old habit of his own, the way he sometimes tapped his fingers on the wheel to keep alert. He paused. The next time he tapped, he changed the rhythm to something else on purpose. The rings kept their own pattern instead, unaffected, like a metronome set to a different tempo in another room. A turnout sign approached. The kind used for chaining tires in bad weather. Chain up, aria ahead. He didn't need it tonight, but the boxy white of the sign always made him feel as if he was nearing a place where the road itself felt a little more serious. He glanced at the clock. 12:26. The AM band washed in a tone like a long exhale, and then a new voice arrived, one of those overnight meteorologists who sound like they're speaking from inside a library. "Wind, dimming after 1, the voice said. It was nothing. Simple. Useful. The curtain rings clicked once, as if marking the change from before and after on their own tiny timeline. He took the chain-up turnout anyway because the word ahead was heavy on his mind, and he wanted the weight of the truck to rest on something still. He signaled, drifted onto the grit-strewn pavement, and let the diesel idle low while he set the brake. The cab settled in a small, familiar forward dip. The rings whispered as the curtain shrugged. He cut the headlights and the stars bloomed. The guardrail above the drop-off was the newer brown wood, tidy and almost decorative for a place that few people saw under sunlight. The night lifted a faint scent of pine resin and cold dust that only ridge roads have. He sat without moving. He didn't reach for the sleeper curtain. He wanted to watch the red glow of the dash and listen as the engine idled down to its softest purr. In the half-lit reflection on the passenger window, his cap brim made a shadow like a sundial. Far beyond, an aircraft blinked slow and indifferent. From the sleeper came the very gentle rasp of fabric sliding over fabric, the small sound a shirt sleeve makes as someone turns carefully not to wake anybody. He held so still his eyes watered. The rings did not jingle. The sound faded, then stopped. He didn't say anything to the empty cab. He didn't clear his throat. He didn't turn around. When he finally moved, he did it in ordinary ways. He reached to adjust the dash vent. He adjusted the phone on its mount, as if to check the time again. He poured a small ribbon of coffee into the thermos lid, blew on it once, drank, and felt the ordinary comfort of swallowing something warm while the truck idled in a night that was otherwise too large. He turned on the cab light with a practiced reach that kept his eyes from catching on the mirror. Light spilled across the seat, the dash, his coat. He stood, turned, and pulled the curtain back with 2 fingers. The sleeper was just as he'd left it. Neat, corners tucked, pillow pressed with the shape of the earlier nap he'd taken behind a different town. The bedding was cool. He put his palm on the mattress and felt the chill of unused cloth. No imprint, no heat, no sense of something just changed lanes and lingered. He told himself the fabric sound had been the cab settling, and he didn't argue with the part of himself that knew the difference. He let the curtain go, and the rings gave 2 little notes as they slid closed. Ting, ting, like a muted bell. Back on the highway, climbing again, he checked his mirrors 3 extra times. Headlights floated below in the valley like small boats on an invisible river. The AM radio wandered into a weather report for a county he wasn't in, and then found its way back to familiar talk. The host was saying, "We're going to take a break," when the curtain rings clicked 3 times in quick succession and then stopped. He glanced over his shoulder out of reflex, and then looked ahead in time to see a shadow across the lane, a fallen branch, wet with dew, dark against faint frost. He eased left and missed it by a margin that felt like it had been measured with a ruler. No drama, no scrape, just a clean avoidance that would have wrecked his night if the tread had found it. He exhaled and felt his throat vibrate with a sound that wasn't a laugh but was related to one. Through the next miles, the rings were quiet. He began to forget the odd strictness of their sound and the way the caller had said overlook with a knowledge that didn't belong to a general listener. The trees thinned for a stretch, and the moon found the hood. Another sign announced a pass-by name, and he said it aloud to keep himself oriented. When he reached the little town on the far side, there was a diner with a motel sign that had survived 3 decades of storms. The parking lot was mostly empty. He pulled in nose out under a pole lamp and watched his own shadow arrive on the asphalt ahead of him. Inside, a woman with a red scarf put a mug on the counter before he had taken his seat, which is the kind of hospitality that fixes a night. The TV in the corner was tuned to a local station airing a school board meeting replay, the volume low. He ordered eggs and toast and didn't look at the menu, which is another kind of comfort. He asked if the wind was going to be bad. She said the ridge took a breath around one usually, and smiled as if sharing a private joke with the weather. "You're lucky the station came back," she added, nodding toward the radio above the pie case. It was set to AM as well, a hum of numbers and station IDs under the meal clatter. They were off earlier. Maintenance on the big tower. Phones lit up with people thinking their radios broke. He caught his own eye in the chrome of the napkin holder and felt an uncomplicated drift of relief. If the station had been dark when he'd heard a caller describe his fence and rings, then what he heard had either slipped in through the sky a different way or had not been there in the ordinary sense. Neither explanation sat in him like a problem. Sitting there, he felt fine. He ate too fast and then slower. He paid with cash and nodded to the truck across the lot that had arrived while he was inside, like a salute to another person choosing the same coffee at the same hour. Back in the cab, he didn't turn the radio on right away. The heater carried its mild exhale. The world was warmer on this side of the pass, and the town's handful of lights made their small halos like advice. He put the truck in gear, rolled out, and noticed with a little start that the sleeper curtain had fallen a finger-width open along the rail. He hadn't left it that way. He reached up to slide it firmly closed and felt something catch under his fingertip. A thread. It wasn't trapped. It had wedged itself between 2 of the rings. He pinched it and it came free. A small woven bracelet made of faded strings, the kind kids twist together at summer parks. Colors so washed the original choices were guesses, ends tied with a knot gone smooth with time. He held it under the dashlight, the woven pattern clear enough to see the care in it, the way each thread took its turn. He did not feel alarm. He felt the kind of ache people feel when they find a pebble in their pocket from a beach they've never been to. He set the bracelet on the dash, right where the textured vinyl met the glass, and as he pulled back onto the highway, the curtain rings gave out a tiny sound like someone clearing a throat politely. He entered the long southbound lane where the road lost the last of its climb, and found itself again in a country of fields. The night put some distance between him and the Lond Ridge. The rest of the run breathed along in a way that belonged to steady work. He passed a closed rest area where the reflector posts made neat, yellow lines. He crossed a river that had a low fog like a nap blanket and saw his truck's own high beams make 2 cones of white on the mist that lifted slowly and went back down. He thought of the caller, nothing about them sharp, only an impression of a voice that had worn thin with years. And he thought of the rings and the feeling of a fabric shift without anyone shifting it. Near 3 in the morning, only the quietest hours left, the curtain rings clicked twice. He glanced up because the timing of it had settled into his nerves now, an alert that didn't startle but insisted. A moment later, a deer stood in the grass at the edge of the right-of-way, head up, ears turned toward the lane. He had already eased a degree left without thinking, and the animal watched him pass without a step. Not a close call, not a problem. Just a little adjustment that you'd make if you knew, half a breath earlier, that something lived in the dark. At the distribution yard, he backed into his assigned slot with the care he always gave the last movement of a long night. The air smelled like pallets and rain that wasn't yet rain. He set the brake. The engine hushed. In the quiet after silence returned to a place that made its own noise: forklifts, a horn, a shout carrying from another row. He heard the rings in the sleeper click once, a single note. He smiled in spite of himself. He unlatched the door and felt the kind of cold that comes right before dawn. Later, paperwork signed and the trailer empty of its weight, he found himself with a spared hour. He pulled the truck to the end of the lot, a place where the security lights thinned and the sky rehearsed light with the faintest gray. He slid into the sleeper with his shoes off and his coat tossed on top like another blanket. He left the curtain a hand wide open because the little gap made the cab feel bigger, not smaller. He closed his eyes. The rings made no sound. He drifted. When he woke, the clock said he'd been gone less than 20 minutes. The sky was still pretending to be dark. The bracelet on the dash lay where he'd left it, a small loop of someone's past beside the morning that was waiting. He coiled it over the base of the dash-mounted GPS, and it stayed there easily, as if that was what it had been meant to hold on to all along. He left the radio off when he rolled out of the yard, not from fear, but from a quiet desire to let the cab keep its own sounds. The heater whispered. The tires hummed. The curtain rings did what they always do when the truck joins the day they rested, silent in their place, waiting for the next hill, the next curve, the next tiny moment where something that doesn't need a voice offers one anyway. And after, on other roads, in other states, when the miles were smooth and the clock untroubled, the memory of the caller fell away into the general fog where old voices go. But the habit stayed. When the rings clicked, he listened. When they were still, he drove without thinking of them at all. Sometimes, parked under a light at a late lunch, with the windows cracked to let in the particular smell of sun on asphalt, he would hear the rings give a little sound for no reason and feel a draft that wasn't there. He never poked at it. He let the sound be exactly what it was. A reminder that even in the most contained spaces, even with doors shut and latches latched, the world has its ways of reaching in, gently, like the edge of a curtain someone has drawn back just enough to see the road. Story number 3. The turnpike at that hour ran flat as a ruler, a dark ribbon laid across winter fields. The truck moved through it with a steady rumble that lived under everything else like a calm. The driver kept the cab neat out of habit logbook straight on the passenger seat, a small bag tucked against the firewall, the thermos cap sitting like a little silver saucer near the dash. Out beyond the glass, the world had a low ceiling. Sodium lights washed the billboards the color of late afternoons. Distant silos stood like hollow chimneys tasting the sky. It was a part of the country where people measured the run by the signs. A fireworks place announced itself 6 times before the exit that bore its name. A lawyer smiled down from 3 faces in a row, promising help in a font that made the vowels look tired. A mattress company said, "Stop yawning," in letters bigger than some porches. He liked the order of it. He wasn't superstitious, but he appreciated sequences that kept their promises. Around 1:40, the first oddness arrived so politely, it could have been his own mind nodding at itself. The mattress ad he'd seen for years, 2 cartoon sheep asleep on their backs, had a new line under the logo. "Eyes heavy tonight?" He smiled, because of course that was the idea the ad was going for, and because yes, he could use a nap, and because the sheep had always looked overly satisfied with their choices. He passed under the lamps and the letters shivered in the warm light. The next board was for a filling station at exit 61, a long rectangular face with a cup of coffee so large, it made the truck feel small. The steam was painted as white streaks, unreal but pleasing. Under the cup, the words said in block caps, "Don't rub them now." He had already lifted his hand toward his eye. He let it fall and laughed once, a sound that didn't carry past the windshield. The radio was off. The engine hummed. Moths did their circles around a bulb on the right-hand catwalk of the sign, tiny pilots in a storm of their own making. He told himself that sign companies were getting clever, painting lines that played on a driver's second thoughts. The turnpike saw a lot of freight at night. Why not tailor copy to a particular kind of attention? The third billboard, white background, no picture, looked like a reminder scrawled on a refrigerator. Check the lid. He glanced at the thermos cap. He'd set it without twisting while he'd been moving through a merge back near mile marker 47. A slosh had lapped and left a ring on the dash earlier, a thin arc the color of baked bread. He tightened the lid until it seated with a small rubbery sigh. If the sign had asked anything else just then, he might have obeyed that too. He watched his own reflection glint in the windshield as he passed the ladder rungs of the billboard's frame. The letters stayed simple. 2 words, no logo. When he checked his mirror, the face was already behind him, a square of pale in the dark. There was no moon. The night had its own soft light. The kind farm towns give off when they're just a few miles away, and all the porch bulbs are still burning. The road carried those halos like beads on a string. He was not alone. Headlights in the distance held their precise lines. A white van contractor style, duct tape around a tail light, ladder rack with nothing on it hung behind him for a bit, and then fell back as if deciding the cruise control was enough. By exit 58, a billboard had its normal copy. A smile of pancakes. A stack of plates, like a stubby skyline. He took an unhurried breath. Not every board was going to turn into a message. The next one did anyway. Keep right for 8. The number was painted in the size the logos usually got. He looked at the lanes. The left carried a faint seam where recent repairs had cured a shade darker. Nothing wrong there. He stayed in the right anyway, because something about the way the light pooled in the distance suggested reflective triangles had been placed near the center line. He covered his brake gently, a courtesy gesture, not a panic. Minutes later, that white van in the left lane eased forward, then braked harder than a night like this should require. Ahead of it, the orange tips of collapsed cones lay like fallen cattails near a patch being worked. A crew truck was out there somewhere in the fields, dark, maybe getting fuel. It would have been a non-event, a small annoyance, if someone had been impatient. The van corrected and settled behind him again. The turnpike, indifferent, unscrolled more dark and more light. At the service plaza, he pulled off not because he needed fuel, but because brakes taken before mind asked too loudly paid dividends later. He parked among the long shadows of other trucks, nose to the hedge where holly still held its sleepy berries. He walked inside under a roof that buzzed with hidden transformers, bought a pie that came in a box with a window, and came back out into air that felt like a place that had decided not to snow. He looked back toward the road. The closest billboard was visible from the lot if you stood near the exit far enough. It was a car dealer's face, old-timey font, a name washed out by years. Nothing unusual in its expression now. He sat on his step and ate the pie with a plastic fork and checked his tires with the toe of his boot, as if to justify why he was outside. He didn't want to stare at the sign. That felt like acknowledging something, and he didn't know what acknowledgement would invite. Back on the turnpike, the truck settled into pace without thinking it over. He knew this corridor as well as he knew the angle of his own hat brim. A radio tower with its red blink moved past at the steady rate all red blinks move past. The next board was a hospital-sponsored reminder to buckle up. The buckle in the image had a scuff painted in to make it look used. Under it, in smaller text that put a polite, non-bossy tone into the night, 2 extra words appeared where he hadn't seen them before. Stay later. He checked the clock. He had planned a nap at the Plainview exit, a place where the trees leaned protective over the pull-off. The word later was not a sentence. It was a suggestion. He passed Plainview and didn't think too hard about why it felt like a good idea. The van peeled off there, its blinker oddly slow. Fields ran on either side. Silos became fewer. Farm lights became single dots with yoke-shaped halos. A motel sign, freestanding and brave with only 1 letter out, welcomed travelers in a loop that made the word feel like it might contain an actual porch somewhere. A swing, a lamp. The next billboard was low, stubbier than the rest, likely put up before the state changed the setback rules. It advertised a yard equipment place with a perfect painter's illustration of a riding mower turned just enough to show its profile. Above it, not part of any logo, the paint said in tidy, understated letters, "Open the vent." He nudged the dashboard vent toward his face. The first wash of air carried its usual smell, plastic warmed by electricity, and a hint of whatever diner the air had visited earlier. A half-mile later, a thin smoke note passed through, faint as a memory. Out in the field to the north, low and slow, a line of pale flame moved like someone dragging a fingertip. A controlled burn, likely, or a ditch clearing. He had seen flames move like that 40 times, but not often at this hour, and not often so politely. He drifted his foot toward the brake just enough to share his caution with the truck, and hummed under the breath without realizing it. The boards fell back into normal for a stretch. A college promoted itself with happy faces, in a stock photo that had probably been taken on a day with exactly the right temperature. To make everyone believe life would cooperate. A storage company offered a month free. A local festival promised bluegrass in June, with a banjo that had too many strings on it if you looked closely. He let the rhythm of expectation reset. Then, do not pass the white van before the bridge. He wasn't looking for it. He was thinking about whether the coffee had lived up to its picture. His eyes found the words at the last second, let them climb into his head, considered whether he had been told a joke or a mild threat, and then looked in the mirror as if the answer might be in the glass. The white van was back. It must have rejoined from a different ramp. It sat a ways behind him, lights small, not catching up, not falling away. The bridge in question was 5 miles up a long truss across a broad river that caught fog in the low hours and held it in its ribs. He'd crossed it 1,000 times. The left lane was open. He didn't need to pass anyone. He expected the van to come around eventually, because vans do that. It didn't. It held its place like a marker someone had wedged in a book. The billboards between here and the river were mostly blank new frames waiting for new vinyl. One had half a face hung, the other half a rectangle of wind-shivered white. The emptiness felt loud after the messages. He watched the signs to test the world. If the next one talked, that would be something. If it didn't, that would be something too. It didn't. The last ad before the water was for a local sandwich shop and a number you could text for delivery if you lived within a radius that was essentially the town's grocery store parking lot. No messages in the margins. He came up the gentle incline that led to the steel work. A light fog had settled, nothing heavy, a lacy kind that made the steel look older and younger at once. In the mirror, the van's lights poured themselves into 2 taffy strings and then resolved back to circles when he looked longer. Half a mile onto the bridge, there was motion on the shoulder, 2 orange lights moving together at a walking pace. The slight wobble of someone pulling a handcart. He eased right, ready to give space, and saw the cart's outline, a small generator strapped down, a tech in a reflective vest checking cables that ran to a box under the railing. The worker had his back turned to the lane. The fog was just thick enough that light came at them in a kind smear. It would have been a rotten time to race anybody. He stayed right where he was and took his time. In the mirror, the van fell back just enough to be courteous too. They went over the long flat water like that, 2 shapes behaving. At the far end, the road knuckled into a small hill and then a slight bend to the left. On the overpass beyond it, something slipped from the shoulder into the left lane. A piece of tire, thrown free from a wheel long ago and set loose by a small shift in the wind, or a box that didn't weigh what it looked like it should weigh. It landed, bounced, and turned once, looking directly more dangerous than it had any right to be if a person had been in the wrong position trying to pass a van before a bridge. He felt the back of his neck go warm. His hands remained steady. It would have been fine perhaps another way. He never got to find out. Past the river, the boards were back to ads. A feed store. A charity thrift shop that had found the perfect old suit to photograph for their banner and used it without irony. A tire place with a cartoon of a smiling wheel that would have scared him as a child and seemed cheerful now. The white van took an exit with 2 blinks and was gone. The bridge fell behind, and the fog thinned the way fog makes a decision, like it had just remembered that morning existed, and it had somewhere to be. He thought about pulling off at the next rest area and walking to the fence to look up at the nearest billboard from below, to confirm with his own eyes that the paint wore only what it wore in daylight. He didn't. He let the thought pass through him like the scent from that controlled burn had. In the next town, a small concrete building before the fuel pumps had a window with a rack of free papers, printed community calendars, a church fish fry notice with a friendly drawing of a fish that looked genuinely pleased. Inside, a maintenance man bought a coffee and a pack of gum and asked for the restroom code, and left a set of keys on the counter for a moment while he unfolded a little note somebody had left under the wiper of his pickup. When the driver paid for his own coffee, the clerk said, like people say things when they feel a story sniffing around, "You know they were swapping bulbs on the signs last week. The new ones are supposed to look less yellow from a distance." He smiled without comment. Because the bulbs and the messages didn't relate in any way that made sense, and because there was nothing he could say that wouldn't sound like he was asking her to join him in the cab to stare up at billboards at 2 in the morning, which no one wants. On his way out, the maintenance man held the door for him. The man's coat smelled like cold metal and a faint trace of marker ink. A fine drizzle began beyond the town limits. The wipers took up a soft rhythm. He adjusted to it. The next board wasn't an ad at all. It was a blank face with the printer's test pattern left in the corner, tiny squares of cyan and magenta and black, the sort of thing you noticed only when there was nothing else to look at. Across the blank, in faint, darker streaks where dust had been wiped by wind or hand, a line had cleared that looked so much like handwriting, it made him lean forward, as if proximity would unlock it. "Rest now," the streak said, not in paint, but in absence of dust. Under that, too faint to completely read, either the number 92 or 2 to 9, depending on whether you took numbers as mile or minute. The face was too far, the drizzle too soft, the motion too smooth to swear by any of it. The sign for the rest area came up a minute later. 24 trucks were already there in their places like big household animals settled for the night, their parking lights giving small amber testimonies. He almost kept going out of habit. Then he pictured the streaked letters, imagined the marketing designer who wouldn't design in dirt, thought about the worker on the bridge and the piece of tire that had picked its moment, and took the exit without making himself explain it. He parked nose out, half a gap from the end of the row, where the grass and the sweeps of a cedar tree made a little pocket the wind liked. He left the engine on its low idle to keep the cab's warmth even, pulled the curtain most but not all the way, and slid into the sleeper with his boots set right where he'd find them. The room around him made its small accommodation sounds. The vent sighed. The radio antenna ticked against the cab once, as if answering a question, with a nod. He expected to lie there and see white letters on dark vinyl every time he closed his eyes. Instead, he fell asleep as if someone had made the bed on his behalf. He woke 42 minutes later because a dream had held a doorknob that didn't turn. The truck behind him was humming with the distinctive breath of a refrigerated unit cycling. The drizzle had turned to plain air. He sat up, sipped water, and looked through the curtain gap at the small world he was in. A strip of the lot, the trunk of the cedar, the edge of the world's long road beyond. On the dash, the thermos lid sat snug. He rolled back onto the turnpike into a morning that hadn't yet found the colors it planned to use. The billboards were just signs again, the kind that keep towns solvent and keep painters in work. He passed the mattress sheep and didn't read their copy. He didn't need to. The order returned to the run. The series of the day took over from the series of the night. On other nights, on other sections of other highways, he would feel a certain attention lift when a lit face rose out of the dark. Sometimes a phrase caught light at a strange angle and suggested a message that wasn't written there, a stray word allowed through by reflection and motion, by the alignment of lamp and distance, and the specific height of a particular seat. On those nights, when a billboard said anything more than it needed to, he listened. When they said nothing at all, they still stood there, tall and patient, watching the night pass them the way the night has always passed things that keep their place. And in the mild space between insistence and silence, he drove, trusting that if the road had something to say, it would choose a method he'd understand, even if only for a mile at a time. Story number 4. The river ran tight to the highway there, pressed between rock and water like someone had tucked a ribbon into a book. The driver liked this stretch in daylight gray cliffs combed with firs, the long rails of guard fence polished by years, a glint of water that made even an empty trailer feel light. At night, the gorge took a different shape. Sound lived in it. Curves held quiet in their arms. Headlights melted into a sheen on the pavement and seemed to keep going after the truck had passed. He wasn't in trouble with his hours, but he wasn't in love with the clock either. A message board 20 miles back had said, "Next rest." 68 miles in letters that somehow made 68 feel like 600. The fog that clung to the water was not a blanket, just a suggestion strand slipping across the lane and then gone, as if someone had breathed softly across glass. On the dash, the navigation map was set to a plain view. Dark background, pale line for the highway, icons clean as pins in a cushion. It had a setting he almost never used, night services tucked behind a menu. He hit it without thinking why. The map twitched and grew a handful of small gray moons along the route, as if an absent-minded hand had pressed the tip of a pencil in several places. One of those little moons rested just a bend ahead, labeled in letters so thin they looked whispered, "Gorge Hollow Night Lot." He frowned because he knew this road, and the last official rest area was long behind, and the next one really was 68 miles on. A wayside used to sit out here, older than his first rig, with stone picnic tables and a pump that had been capped. It had closed, he thought, when they widened the shoulder. He'd seen the empty pull-off in daylight grass through cracks, a plaque dark with rain. The map's little moon hovered where that place would have been, maybe a glitch, maybe a marker nobody had deleted. The highway eased right, then left, and then the sign appeared. A wooden post with letters routed into brown. Wayside Night Lot. No flame of LED around it, no state seal, just that brown board with a reflective edge someone had pinned on in narrow strips. He took the ramp without making a plan. The tires rolled over old pavement that felt less like a surface and more like a decision someone had made a long time ago and left in place. A stone wall curved with the land, waist high, fern fronds peeking from its seams. Beyond it, the lot opened like a hand angles marked wide and white for trucks, each space picked out by a tall, slim lamp whose light was a warm, friendly gold. The bulbs weren't the bright stars of newer lots. They made circles, soft-edged and patient. Maybe a dozen rigs were already resting, pointed at the river's sound. They looked like a small, quiet convoy in a museum display, old cabovers with faded striping, noses from 2 decades back with rounded fenders, newer tractors too, but softened under that light, their sharp lines turned kind. He rolled in and felt his shoulders settle of their own accord. On the far side of the lot, near a block building that might have been a maintenance shed once, and now wore a fresh coat of pale paint, a person in a reflective vest pushed a wide broom along the edge where gravel met asphalt. The broom made a sibilant sweep, and the vest made that modest wink of light found in strips stitched before everything turned to neon. The figure didn't look up. The driver raised a hand anyway, a hello to a job that always remained to be done. Each bay had its number stenciled twice, once near the entrance, and once under where an axle would rest. He took 12 newtons because it seemed to want him. The white paint was new, not glassy, more like someone had done the work with care a few weeks back. The word north had been added under the 12, as if the lot had a logic to it that only mattered here. He set the brake and felt the nice elastic backsway stop with the satisfying hush of air. He cut the headlights, and the world snapped into its softer shape. The river below spoke in a continuous breath he could hear even with the windows closed. A moment later, a nickel of moisture appeared at the corner of the passenger glass, where the warmer cabin air had met the world's skin. The effect was a tiny shoreline. He watched it form, and then chased it away with the heater set low. There was a bulletin board on a post near the maintenance building, wood, glass door. Inside, 3 notices. "Park quiet, please," one said in black letters. "A polite ask in a polite place." The second was a topo map of the gorge with a tiny star where they were standing. Under the star, a typed line, "Night temperatures drop fast near water. Resters. Keep warmth steady." The third was printed on cardstock with a decorative border of fern leaves. "Leave your engine at low idle only. Neighbors are sleeping." He smiled at the last, at the word neighbors. He liked that. He asked his truck for its quiet voice, and it gave it. He could have gone inside his sleeper right then and dropped into the kind of nap that makes minutes strong again. Instead, he stepped down onto the lot to stretch the wrists and shake out the shoulders. Boots met asphalt that held cold, not yet turned to frost. The lamps overhead hummed a note that nested with the chorus of idles. It sounded almost arranged, as if each rig had found a pitch and held it. The chorus shifted slightly, when a long nose near the far end went from low to lower, like a choir settling after a page turn. There was a machine under the overhang of the building, a vending setup with a selection that looked like it belonged in a photo. Water, tea, wrapped sandwiches in neat triangles. A button on its face said warm in small letters beside 2 choices, broth and milk. It felt like something out of a train station, where people were kind and tired. He pressed both, partly to see if the machine would try, partly because his hands wanted a cup they could cradle. The paper slid out, and the machine breathed a little steam and said thank you in a voice so mechanical and polite it sounded like manners were attached to the wires. The broth wasn't extraordinary. It was warm. It did what warm does. Feet came on gravel, ordinary steps, and the person with the broom crossed from shadow to light and back again. The driver caught a profile cap with a front crease, face in that weathered age where everyone wears patience as their winning expression. The person swept once, twice, leaned the broom against the wall, and disappeared around the corner. No big mystery, No greeting, only a job beginning and beginning again. He went back to the cab. The truck felt like a small room within a larger room now, cozy under glow. He scribbled a quick note in his log. Habit more than necessity. Gorge Hollow. 12 newtons. The pen made a graceful scratch. He drank the rest of the broth and set the cup carefully in the holder where coffee usually lived. The heater put out that ribbon of near-silent comfort that makes eyelids heavy. He let the sleeper curtain stay open the width of his hand. Through that gap, the lot's gold light lay across the edge of his mattress like someone had painted a frame. When sleep came, it didn't announce itself. It just put him down in a bed that might as well have been his own. He dreamt no monsters, no chase. He dreamt a long room with windows along one side and lamps like the ones outside naming each place in pools. In the dream, he moved through the room and saw the names written under the lamps: Haven, Shelter, Stillwater, and one that said simply, Here. He stopped under Here a couple ranks down and felt the floor tilt and then right itself. Far off, a foghorn sounded so gently it could have been a person clearing their throat so as not to startle a friend. He woke with no startle. The clock had moved an hour and change. The idols outside had adjusted their song, and the river's breath had grown a tone deeper with colder air. He lifted his head and saw the ghost of his own face in the side window and the lamp circles on the asphalt beyond. And then, because the night likes to keep a person honest, he saw a small rectangle tucked under his driver's side wiper. He sat a moment before, moving, feeling out his own reaction. Not alarm curiosity with a long reach. He pulled on his jacket and stepped out into air that had found some bite at the edges. The card was cardstock, the same fern border as the bulletin board notice, the same tidy black letters. It said, simply, 62 minutes is enough, with the number hand-filled in an even hand. Below, smaller. Thank you for stopping. Next clear run suggested after 2. T.A.M. If a prank, it was a benevolent one. If a schedule, it was charmingly unscientific. He turned the card over. On the back, a stamp the kind old libraries used impressed in purple. Gorge Hollow Wayside. Under that, no fees. Only rest. He set the card on the dash where he'd see it in the mirror and not forget it later, though forgetting seemed unlikely. He climbed back in, closed the door with its pleasant gasketed thump, and sat for a minute listening to nothing in particular. The world here didn't feel empty. It felt like someone had closed a door behind it and asked the room to be kind. When he rolled back to the exit, the lot sign at the ramp held 2 white arrows painted not as stripes but as gestures. Join when ready, the board said in letters, someone coaxed out of reflective tape. The ramp curved along the stone wall, then found the highway with a merge that felt less like entering traffic and more like stepping into a line of people who had been saving a place. A mile or two down, an electronic board blinked a warning about a bridge icing hazard ahead and tagged it with miles ahead 6. He watched the temperature readout near the gauge lights tick down by a degree and then settle. The fog over the river had thickened into real cloth up on the flats. He could see it kneeling under the overpass lights. An arrow slicked by in the left lane, a sedan hurrying in a way that didn't match the night. At the bridge's approach, cones were set to one side in neat stacks. On the span itself, a pair of highway trucks idled against the barrier. Their amber beacons slow and regular. There was no wreck, just the odd tail sway of a car that had found the wrong speed and then righted, and a trooper's silhouette talking to a driver whose hand gestures said, "I didn't think it was that cold yet." It wasn't dramatic, but it would have been, perhaps, a different scene half an hour earlier. He rolled past with the calm of a person who has already slept. The miles after that steadied. Roads do that. Once a night has led you through its one strange idea, it often gives an easy hour as an apology or a favor. He drove those miles with the sense that a kind of permission had been granted. Carry on, then. The little moon on his map had faded as he left the outline of the gorge, the label Gorge Hollow Night Lot, slipping away with the curving of the line. When he tapped the screen out of idle habit to check the menus, the night services toggle had gone gray and wouldn't wake. No harm in that. He didn't need it now. Days later, in daylight, on a different run with no need to hurry, he took the same ramp on purpose. The brown wooden sign stood, letters exactly where they had been, but a chain had been looped across the entrance and padlocked, and a smaller board hung from the chain with a terse, closed, Day hours only that made little sense until you read it twice. He parked on the shoulder in a place the law would forgive for a minute, and walked a dozen steps to look. Through the chain, the lot wore its ordinary skin. A few weeds in the cracks, a paper cup against the stone wall. The paint a little duller than the memory had it. The maintenance building door was shut. The vending machine faced dark glass reflecting sky. On the bulletin board, behind glass, water glittered inside because a seal had failed, and the papers had bled to soft shapes. No fern border showed. A plaque on the stone wall told the story he'd half remembered. A wayside built in 1969, updated in 1984, closed in 2002, maintained by volunteers as a scenic overlook. At the bottom, an extra plate had been added at some point and fastened with mismatched screws. It read, in a smaller script that looked nearly hand-cut, "Night lot kept open as needed. If you rested here, tell no one. Tell everyone." He smiled at the contradiction because it fit the rest. It was the sort of sentence that could live comfortably in a place that let lamps stay warm and engines stay low and didn't announce itself louder than necessary. He went back to his truck and merged into daylight traffic with a feeling like standing after kneeling. The card stayed tucked in his log, a loose leaf that fell out sometimes when he used the book as a hard surface to write on. He never showed it around. Not because he wanted to keep it secret in a childish way, but because speaking of it felt like stepping into that lot without a truck, and that seemed wrong. But on long nights, when next rest meant farther than he liked, he watched the map for those pale moons he had never looked for before. He didn't force anything. He just paid attention. And once in a while, in another state entirely, an icon in the shape of a small moon appeared where he knew the official maps had nothing, and a brown sign rose out of the shoulder, and a light made a circle on asphalt, and a broom whispered somewhere, and he took the space offered because that's what a person does when the road, which owes no one anything, decides to offer something gentle. He didn't call it haunted. He didn't call it lucky. He just called it enough. Enough time to let trouble glide past without touching. Enough sleep to keep the wheels steady where crosswinds like to play. Enough light to make a room out of a cab and a chorus out of a dozen engines. And when fog leaned across the river again on some later run, he glanced down into the water's old patience and listened to the way sound moved in a place built for carrying. The gorge answered with a long note. He kept both hands easy on the wheel. Somewhere behind him, maybe miles, maybe just a thought away, a lamp in a quiet lot hummed a warm tone and waited for the next person who needed to see their own name, written under a place on the ground that said, "Here." Story number 5. The coastal highway ran low and level along a dark sheet of water, with marsh grass on both sides that leaned whenever the wind remembered to breathe. The truck moved like a patient animal, careful with its weight, headlights stitching a ribbon of pale across asphalt that had learned the salt. Out in the flats, blinkers on channel markers pulsed in measured rhythm, red, then green, then dark again like someone keeping time in the distance. He tasted brine when he drew a slow breath. Somewhere far out on the water, a gull barked once and then thought better of the night. Electronic signs had warned of a closure at the drawbridge. He'd seen the first notice 40 miles back and the second 20, each one crisp in amber LEDs. Drawbridge closed 11 p.m., 4 a.m. U.S. alt route. He had a choice: cut inland and lose an hour, or trust something local. He was not in a hurry, but he had the kind of stubborn that doesn't like to give minutes away if there's a better way to lay them down. Near the causeway's start, a smaller sign appeared that wasn't LED at all. It was a sheet metal panel bolted to a sawhorse, its letters hand-applied in reflective tape with care: "Night crossing for commercial vehicles. Follow blue triangles." The triangles were just as promised, little reflective tags screwed to posts, pointing toward an older two-lane that ducked off the main drag and into the reeds. He had never noticed the road in daylight. He signaled, slid off, and felt tires hum a different timbre that meant old tar and shells under the surface. The road threaded past low, square buildings with sleeping windows and parking lots striped by somebody with a steady hand. A mile in, a fence came up out of nowhere, with a gate swung wide and a booth lit like a waiting room. Above the gate, a letterboard hung with plastic characters that hadn't been used since somebody's middle school science fair: "Municipal Transfer North Spit. Night service when lamp steady." A single green lens glowed above the lane. Not bright, not dim, more like a yes said in a whisper. He eased forward. The booth window slid with a sound like wax paper. Inside, A person in a dark coat leaned toward the light. The brim of their cap cast a soft shadow. The glass reflected more than it revealed. "One-way tractor trailer," the person said in a flat, neighborly tone that carried the harbor's chill. "Cash, or voucher." He had cash, the kind folks keep for tolls that never learned about cards. He gave it through the window, and the drawer took it with the soft clatter of metal on old wood. The printer rattled with the thin-toothed voice of an older machine, and a ticket slid out with blue ink that looked like rain had once been near it. He caught a breath of paper, the sweet, faint smell of receipts left in a warm truck, except this paper held a salt note too. The ticket read, "Night crossing East Channel" in block letters, with a timestamp that made sense and a line below that didn't. "Last run, 2:40. He glanced at the clock. It was 20 past 2. Reasonable. "Follow the steward's lamp," the booth voice added, and gestured past the gate. Beyond, the black rectangle of the deck waited, its metal grating shining like fish scale where it met the light. A figure in a long vest stood at the head of the ramp and lifted a hand lantern, a round-bodied, old-fashioned thing with a handle built like a knuckle. The lantern's glass shone steady. The person made a circle twice, small and disciplined, then pointed. He rolled the truck forward, up onto steel. The deck gave a low note, as if it recognized the weight, and settled into taking it. There were lanes painted on the deck, crisp and narrow, with letters stenciled at the ends. A, B, C. He was guided into B. A faded box truck with an old logo he couldn't read sat a lane over, its driver behind tinted glass, still. Ahead, empty space room for 3 cars, maybe a smaller rig. The lantern raised once, then angled down. He took the hint and let the engine go to idle, and then to hush. The world's quiet, slid in. He listened because that is what a person does when quiet becomes a thing. It wasn't silent. It was a chorus of small machines being themselves. A generator somewhere underfoot put out a smooth tone like a refrigerator in a happy kitchen. A lanyard clinked against a mast. The water touched the hull with a slow, repetitive shh that belonged to bedtime in docks and late winters. Overhead, footsteps moved along a walkway measured, never hurrying. The steps paused above his cab and stayed as if the person had leaned a hip against the rail to look downriver. He could have opened his door and stepped out and looked up and seen a face. He didn't. He didn't need another face right then. A tinny speaker somewhere near the bulkhead crackled and threw its voice across the deck in a polite murmur. "Secure your loads. Remain in vehicles. We appreciate your patience." The message sounded like it had been recorded onto a tape, and the tape had been played 1,000 times until the words learned the deck's echo and the deck learned the words. He checked his straps out of respect for the ritual. He knew they were tight. The deck lights were not stadium bright. They were cones of glow that gave things edges and let shadows keep theirs. In one of those shadows, beyond a row of chain bollards, he could just make out a roll-up door with peeling paint and a sign that read passenger lounge in a font from a decade when vending machines wore wood grain. Behind the glass, a wall clock ticked. Its hands glimmered with paint that had once learned to glow. They were not glowing now. Given the hour, that felt right. Movement changed around him in ways that didn't rely on sight. A slight lean, a tone shifting down a half step somewhere in the metal. The faintest increase in the tick of water on steel. The air smelled a degree more alive. A horn far out on the water released a single long breath and then did not repeat. The lantern man passed along the front of the truck once more, slow, eyes flicking across tires, across the bumper, into the cab, and away with proper courtesy. He gave one short nod, "Go on and be what you are," and vanished toward the bow. He felt the truck move without the truck moving. The sensation was the kind that comes when an elevator starts, and your bones realize before your mind does. The deck's railings, seen through the gloom, slid past a post, then another, then a gap where river met sky. He smiled before catching himself. He had the idea a child might have at the moment a ride begins. We are doing this, then. The shore lights retreated and found new positions. The cut water at the bow sliced a seam in the thin fog. It lay back in curls on either side, neat as lace. He tried the radio on a whim. The FM hissed, the AM hummed, and then a station rolled in from a town he didn't know, playing a saxophone line that would have fit perfectly if the deck had been a different decade. He clicked it low and then off. The deck and the water were enough. Time did its trick. It stretched and then folded. He found himself looking at the ticket again, as if reading it might tell him the length of the crossing. A watermark, almost invisible, sat under the blueprint and emblem of a gull in a circle, a design worn smooth by whoever had pressed it a long time ago. Under the emblem, in tiny letters, the words, "Tide Allowance." He glanced up when the footsteps overhead crossed back. The lantern's glow strobed across the walkway in 2 passes. The truck vibrated once, lightly, as if a cable had taken up slack below. Passing seemed slow until it didn't. Shoreline shapes began to reorganize into legible things. A crane arm asleep against the sky, a low warehouse with windows that reflected nothing, a ladder of lights leading up to a road he could name. The speaker near the bulkhead whispered, "Prepare to disembark. Lane B first." The lamp at the ramp went from red to a very serious green that barely colored the fog at all. He turned the key. The diesel found its voice and held it soft. The lantern appeared again, making that small, efficient circle. He followed his own headlights over grating that sang under him in a chord. The ramp tipped up a hair and then leveled. A man in a pea coat and knit cap, face turned away, made 2 sharp motions with his hand. Old school come ahead, now straighten words not needed. The tires rolled down onto a road that felt solid in a way the deck never pretended to be. On the hillside above the slip, a sign arched on posts, the paint of its letters gone soft from weather. "Welcome to East. Channel Est. 1931. Under it, a little metal plate rattled in the wind, bolted on later. "Bridge Repair Fund. Thanks you." He merged past a pile of aggregate covered neatly with a tarp that had learned the shape of what it protected. The highway caught him like a belt loop catching a finger. A way station blinked open and green somewhere around the next bend. The building had 1 light on inside, that late-night fluorescence on blue wall look of all places where paperwork and patience are married. He took the scale and put his weight where weight goes. The woman at the window glanced at the printer, nodded at a number he already knew, and slid the glass. "Route treat you decent tonight?" she asked. Same tone as all clerks who know the hour and what it does to people. "Found the night crossing," he said, too surprised at the novelty not to say it aloud. "Followed blue triangles." "The ferry?" she said, genuinely curious, head turned just a little. "They haven't run nights in a while, inspection season." She said it the way someone says it when they have said it before, and learned that who believes it depends on who's listening. "You must have threaded in before the last crews got there." "Must have," he said lightly, and took the slip she offered. She had circled the gross with a pen. The circle looked like it had been made by someone who circled numbers a lot, and had a neat wrist. "Watch ice on the cloverleaf," she added in a different tone, the practical kindness that lives at 3 in the morning. He thanked her, and drove off into a stretch of road that wore that hour like a coat. He stopped a town or 2 later for coffee, the kind that comes from a machine and somehow tastes like its own year. A glass case next to the register held homemade things under labels with ballpoint names. The clerk was tapping through channels on a small TV mounted up by the ceiling news, a weather map, a high school basketball game on tape delay. Then back to a station running a slideshow of town events. The slideshow paused on a photo that made him look twice. A ferry deck under a low ceiling of fog, trucks parked in 2 neat rows, a steward in a cap walking between them with a lantern that might as well have been the one he'd seen. A caption in pale serif letters said, "Last night run, April 2009. He felt something adjust in him. Not a chill, not a jolt, just a realignment like reading a street name he knew and realizing it had once been different. When he finished the cup, he dug in his pocket for the ticket without meaning to. The paper was cool and held the faint salt smell still. The print was perfectly ordinary. The timestamp said 02, 40 amperes, M, East Channel. Below, a serial number ended in 031. He placed the ticket back where his fingers had found it, and felt an odd, tethered gratitude for a run that had decided to open a door. On the return leg later in the week, curiosity slept until he neared the causeway again, and then it woke with a hand on the shoulder. He looked for the first blue triangle. Nothing. The small post that had held it was there, a ring of rust where the screw had lived, and a new detour arrow bolted above it that pointed inland. The letterboard at the gate, if that road had even been the same road, showed black rows of empty grooves where letters might be set, and a chain lay slack across the entry, padlocked to itself like a person who had decided on quiet. He pulled onto the gravel turnout where the reeds made their own small crowding noises in the breeze, killed his lights, and looked through the fence. Out on the water, the channel blinkers kept their time. The slip was there, a concrete ramp shouldering down into dark. A ferry sat alongside with a rope fender that bumped with the same patient rhythm boats everywhere use. Its deck was empty. A crew list plaque hung near the wheelhouse door behind glass. The names faded to shadows. A single bulb burned in the passenger lounge. Not bright, not really lighting anything, more like a memory somebody had left on. He might have imagined the soft pop of a PA relay's closing. He might have imagined the smell of coffee behind a door. He didn't press the imagining into any shape. He backed out and took the inland route, which was all turns and barns and sleepier towns. The kind of detour that adds a half hour but gives you someone's porch light and a dog looking up from a yard to watch you pass. He would have told the story as a curiosity if anyone had asked, but no one did that night. On other runs, in other weather, he sometimes found a blue triangle on a post that should have been bare. Sometimes a radio voice at low-volume traffic or weather out of some coastal station he'd never tuned deliberately would say the words tide allowance in the middle of a sentence about other things. And once, far inland where only reservoirs pretend to be seas, he dreamed he was parked on a deck again, listening to a horn announce a turn no one felt, and woke to the exact sound of water on metal, even though the truck was in a lot where the only water was a slick on the asphalt from some afternoon thunderhead's leftovers. He kept the ticket in the notebook where he kept other odd pieces of paper receipts that got the date wrong, a postcard someone had left at a counter with a drawing of a lighthouse, whose light shone in a way a postcard couldn't explain. The ticket's ink stayed blue. The watermark stayed faint. Every now and then the paper smelled more like salt again. A ghost of a harbor leaning through the cab. He didn't try to solve what he'd used. He didn't need it to be called anything to be grateful. Bridges close and roads break and nights get long. If there was a service that decided to be open for whoever saw the right color on the right posts, that was a kind of kindness roads don't owe. And if sometimes, when fog wrote its slow letter across the flats, and the causeway wore its patient beads of water like jewels, a green lamp held steady where no lamp should be. He trusted his eyes just enough to follow, not to chase something impossible, and not because he wanted a story for a counter somewhere, but because the lamp had one job. It said yes in the language of light. He answered by moving forward. On an ordinary morning after an ordinary night later that month, he passed over the repaired drawbridge at sunrise, the river shining like a field of coins tossed by a careful hand. Traffic was tame. Gulls were noisy as daylight makes them, and the windsock at the small airstrip pointed like an arrow that had made up its mind. Out of habit, he glanced toward the ferry slip. The deck was still. A man in a fluorescent vest stood on the ramp with a clipboard, looking not at the water but at the chain on the gate. And for a second, only that, the person with the lantern crossed the deck, visible through the lounge glass. Not bright, not dark, just exactly what they had been. A guide doing the one thing that must be done when the night is deep, and a lane needs a person to point where wheels should go. The truck went on. The day accepted it. The road resumed its old hum. He let it take him where it always did, and beneath the tires, the idea of a deck held in the way quiet ideas hold. Not demanding, not loud, only there, steady as a green lamp over dark water saying, "Go ahead now. It will be all right to cross." Story number 6. Rain started as a fine mist on the windshield, and then found its tempo, beads drawing thin lines that the wipers cut through cleanly. The 2-lane mountain road didn't make promises. It climbed and folded back on itself, posted with modest signs that said things like, "Watch for rocks," and "Next." Turn out 1.4 miles, in a tone that wasn't alarmed, just practical. Pines leaned close. Where the earth had been cut to hold the pavement, slick rock gleamed like the inside of a shell. He wasn't heavy tonight, pallets of paper, dry and well-strapped. The trailer behaved, no push on the curves, only the steady tug any hill gives. The dash glowed its soft, ordinary colors. He kept the defroster low to keep the glass honest and cracked the side window a finger width when the air felt too still. The cab was tidy in the way that makes ours easier. Thermos lid sitting like a small moon, paper towel tucked in the door pocket, triangles in their molded case behind the passenger seat where every truck keeps them whether they're used or not. At the first temporary signal, he stopped with the nose just shy of the white line. The light stood on a tripod at the edge of the drop-off, a single red eye blinking against the night. No other vehicles in sight. He set the brakes so the drizzle and grade wouldn't nudge him in his daydreams. The rain ticked on the visor. Far off, water ran down a culvert and made a sound like someone flipping through a deck of cards. In the driver's side mirror, orange glinted where orange shouldn't. He leaned a little and squinted, because the small surprises are easier to understand if you stare. 3 reflective triangles stood in the lane behind his trailer, placed with neat spacing. One close, one farther still. Each leg set, faces turned just so. He hadn't put them there. He had just watched the road behind through the climb. No one had passed. No one had even appeared. He checked the case behind the seat without thinking. The plastic latches were clicked shut. He opened the door enough to hear the night without letting in the world. Rain whispered. The triangles didn't move. They simply did their one job diligently in the dark. He half stood, one hand on the wheel to see better. Their edges shone whenever the signal's red blink rotated and caught them. At the far end of the line, the last triangle seemed farther back than he would have walked if he'd put them out down where the road crested from the last curve. The light turned to green with the quiet certainty all machines carry. He gave the triangles one more look, blinked once to make sure they weren't a trick of wet glass, and rolled forward. By the time the mirror angled where they would have been, the road had swallowed them. He told himself it was fine to have seen what he'd seen. The triangles could have belonged to a crew, could have been left by someone who had needed help earlier in the rain, could have been any ordinary thing. The road folded into the next bend and gave him the kind of view that makes people breathe, bigger dark shoulders rising, red reflectors cast down the grade like a ribbon of berries. The signs grew more particular. Steep grade 3 miles. Curves next 5. A yellow diamond with a horseshoe on it, and words under. Horseshoe Bend. He knew it by reputation. 2 tight switchbacks stepping down the mountainside like knees. In daylight. Scenic. At night in rain. No drama, if a person respected what was being asked. There was a scenic turnout before the first hairpin, a half moon of pavement with a log fence and a view of trees that would be perfect at noon and useless at 2 in the morning. He decided to stop there to check straps, which was another way of giving his shoulders a reason to unclench. He eased in under the turnout sign, set the brake, clicked on the hazards out of habit. When the amber blinked through its small rooms of light behind him, the reflectors of the triangles blinked 2 out on the approach. Again, 3 shapes in a patient line, spaced wider this time. The farthest one so far back, he almost couldn't see it through the rain scatter. He stepped down. The air smelled like wet bark and cold iron. The shoulder collected water and sent it away in soft threads. He walked along the edge until the first triangle came underfoot. The plastic was scuffed, its red face flawless, the little legs clean of mud. He crouched and touched a corner. Cool, solid, the seam meeting perfect. He lifted it and found it had the weight all triangles have. Nothing uncanny, no magnet pulling it to the spot, no resistance. He set it back exactly as it had been. When he straightened, a distant sweep of headlights, high on the approach, softened through rain. He reached the second triangle. He should have moved it closer, made a picture a textbook would approve of, but it had found a place that a person coming too fast would see at the last second and change what they were doing before they knew why. He let it be. Rain ticked on his cap. He walked to the third and furthest, placed where the road came over its own shoulder. Standing by it, he could see how a driver cresting careless would have their eyes pulled by that small flame of red on red, and think, subconsciously, something lives in this darkness. Slow down. He turned to go back to the cab. Tires hissed. The compact car that came over the curve was moving faster than the night deserved. Its headlights found the third triangle and tilted fractionally, then the second, then the first. And by the time its beams landed on his parked rig, it was in the right lane and at the right speed. The driver's hand lifted from the wheel a small wave without theatrics, the unspoken thanks shared among people who make mistakes smaller in the rain, and the car slid past and was gone. He breathed in and out, and felt the road in that breath, settled and exact. He checked the straps, not because he doubted them, but because doing a thing you said you'd do keeps the hours clean. They were tight, edges guarded. He got back in the cab, and the triangles were not in the mirror anymore, or they were lost in the rise and fall. He didn't try to count how long he'd been stopped. He didn't look for a pattern in the blink of his hazards. He drove down to the first hairpin with attention even and quiet, and followed the truck's nose where the lane wanted it. Below the horseshoe, the grade eased. The rain relented. The wipers clicked down a notch on their interval. A grove of poplars leaned over the road and pressed water out of their leaves in little bursts as wind found them. A sign warned of falling rock next 2 miles, and then stepped aside for the responsibility. Something touched the underside of the trailer. A small tick like a twig or small stone. Not a hit, not a push, more like a single raindrop with the wrong idea. He took the next turnout, a tiny shoulder carved into the hill with room for 1.5 trucks. Hazards on, brakes set. The mirror glowed amber on wet road and rock. He stepped out with his flashlight and walked the length of the trailer slow, beam hunting for anything out of place. The straps looked as they should. Mud flaps hung true. Tires sat with the kind of confidence only a lot of rubber can have. On the road 10 yards back, the first triangle stood. He hadn't put it there. He didn't startle. He let his shoulders rise and fall once and kept walking. Another 10 yards back. The second, farther yet, just where the turn hid the shoulder. The third, its face as bright as a living thing in the light's bounce. They had chosen better than he would have in this bend. He picked up the nearest to smooth its position. No reason beyond the human urge to adjust a tiny fraction, and heard above everything, a sound like a handful of gravel being poured where it shouldn't. Small rocks skittering, then one harder thump. Ahead, around the fold of the hill, a loaf-sized stone slipped off the cut into the lane and came to rest exactly where a careless bumper's right edge would have been. It wasn't dramatic. Nothing shattered. It simply occupied space with bad timing. He closed the triangle's legs, then opened them again, pointed them a hair more toward the lane, knowing the next set of headlights would catch them at the angle that taught caution without insult. A boxy pickup rounded the bend, already slower than the compact had been. Saw the first red, eased. Saw the second, eased more. Saw him, and stopped in the pocket of safety that exists when people give each other room. The driver, older, glasses, a knit cap, rolled the window down and said something ordinary like, "Glad you've got those out." His voice carried the rain's patience. He pointed at the small rock, shook his head with the resigned smile all mountain people own, and crept around when he could. The triangles went away when he didn't need them. He never saw them vanish. He never saw a person gather them. He would turn back to put one away, and there would be the lane, uncomplicated and wet, and the headlights of whatever followed would skim across empty pavement. In the cab, behind the seat, his molded case still carried 3 folded triangles. He checked once, and then he stopped checking, because that line between looking too hard and letting something be is thinner than people think. At a truck stop near a town with a name that asked for a story, he bought coffee and glanced at the notice board without intending to. Among the flyers announcing swap meets and pancake breakfasts, someone had pinned a printed card with a clip. "Use your triangles early, not late." Under it, hand-printed in careful block letters, a line. "Horseshoe is narrow this week. Folks forget." He wasn't sure whether the handwriting belonged to the road crew or someone like him who had learned by inches. Some nights later, far from mountains and rain, he heard a small clack behind the seat, a very particular plastic hinge sound, and felt, not fear, not a chill, just the sense of a sentence finishing. He rolled off at the next turnout and stretched his legs and let a long line of cars pass that had been gathering behind a slow load 2 miles back. When he merged again, the line had broken itself into little polite pieces. In the news the next morning, he caught a mention of a pileup on the stretch he had left. No details, no injuries mentioned, just a note that fog had gotten into people's heads the way it does, and that crews had done crews work. He didn't take credit for avoiding anything. He thought about red faces opening like flowers on wet black and doing the one simple job they exist to do. He started setting his own triangles earlier after that, for ordinary reasons: flat tires, unexpected stops, a deer fence gate somebody had left open across a frontage road. He liked the act. Unfold, set the legs, turn the face just so. It was a quiet ritual that made a noisy space safer. Sometimes, when he lifted the lid of the case, the plastic felt faintly warm, as if it had learned something while he wasn't touching it. Sometimes the triangles rattled once in the case on a smooth road, as if reminding him they were there. Sometimes a stranger waved as if they had seen them before. He never figured out who placed what he didn't place. He didn't spend energy naming it. The triangles were not a haunting, they were a courtesy. The road takes care of itself most days. On nights when it doesn't, small things step forward and take a place for a few minutes and ask for nothing but to be set back on their hinges and folded up after. He kept driving, glad for the company of simple objects that know their job, glad for rain that falls soft, glad for the way red on red can slow a heart enough to let a night pass without developing a sharp edge. And when a sign said, "Horses show bend some weeks and some roads away," he smiled once without anyone seeing, and felt his hands settle where they belonged on the wheel. Story number 7. He merged onto the interstate at an hour when even the billboards quieted. The night spread thin and the wind up high, making a low, steady tone through the mirror mounts. The road ran straight for miles across prairie, then rose to a trestle that locals called the viaduct, a long, open span with railings that looked too dainty to withstand weather. The forecast had said gusts. The flags near the on-ramp agreed, cracking like quick applause in the dark. He settled the truck in at a modest pace, the trailer light enough to behave, heavy enough to keep honest. The dash breathed its calm colors. The CB sat on its hook. In the side glass, the ghost of his cap brim looked like a horizon line. Ahead, 3 sets of running lights floated at the edge of his high beam's amber markers, tracing the outline of shapes that did not hurry. He caught the rhythm of them the way a person catches a song at a distance. The lead rig with a clean line of cab-over pinpoints, the second with a tighter scatter like a short-nosed day cab, the tail strata of a long hood that wore its markers like a string of beads. None of them blinked a turn signal or tapped a brake. They simply held their lanes with a courtesy he felt in his shoulders. He would have let them go, or passed politely, or fallen back, whatever the night decided. Instead, as he came within a reasonable following distance, they adjusted by inches, like a hand opening to admit another. The lead's tail lamps gave 2 short dabs, not a stop, just a hello. The middle lifted its fog lights once, dropped them. The tail flicked his markers in a single ripple from front to back. Old drivers used to speak that language more, he'd been told. Tonight it felt like a conversation that didn't need words. The wind came up in a broad pallet of pressure across the hood. He felt the trailer take a breath on its suspension. The lead rig shifted half a lane width left, as far as the stripes allowed, and the middle eased the same. The tail moved right to tuck against his quarter in a way that made no sense in numbers and every sense in motion. Their little choreography put him in the eddy. He eased his grip, but not his attention. Across the prairie, a red light on a far radio tower leaned into its blink. At the first sign for the viaduct, crosswinds possible, the lead pulsed its brake lights once. He checked his mirrors and saw nothing but the long clean behind. The middle flashed high beams twice, quick, then off, the old signal for eyes ahead. He breathed and made small corrections and felt more than saw the span come up, the road lifting into open air. On the bridge, the gusts were not wild. They were patient and insistent, shoving, releasing, returning. He had crossed worse. He had crossed calmer. Tonight, he had the strange conviction that he was inside a shape somebody else was drawing. The lead held to 70% of speed, steady as a metronome. The middle took center, exact. The tail kept a half car length behind his trailer door, not crowding, only there. When the wind hit from the right, the middle gave a tiny left blink, as if to say now, and the lead met it with a tiny right blink, and the tail's markers made one soft wave. He didn't need the hint, and yet he did. They leaned as one. Not against the gust, but through it. Halfway over, a sedan coming the other way drifted in the wind and corrected more than it meant to. The lead's hazard stuttered twice, polite, firm. The sedan tucked, recovered, went on. The bridge hummed under the weight and the wind. The river down below was only a texture. At the far end of the span, the concrete barriers narrowed the lanes for an orange barrel world that seemed to be asleep. A temporary sign with a low battery blinked, L-N-E, Clo, Ed, in a confused rhythm. The lead glided right sooner than the arrows indicated. He would have waited. He didn't. He followed. As they slipped between barriers, he saw why one section of paint had been laid wrong, an arrow pointing a lane that didn't exist into a taper that would have pinched a mirror. The convoy's path threaded the true route without hurry, a needle through cloth. Beyond construction, the interstate untwisted and remembered its straightness. The wind stepped back a half step. The instruments on his dash felt less like a crowd and more like a calendar. He could have signaled out and passed. He could have faded, let them vanish. But the light code kept him listening. Up ahead, an interchange rose with a choice that always caught new drivers. 2 left exits stacked like shelves, similar names, different fates. The GPS showed a route he trusted. The lead's brake lights padded once. Easy. The middle slid toward the lower left ramp, while the lead took the upper. The tail hesitated, then indicated right without changing lanes. He took the lower with the middle, not because a stranger told him to, but because the way the dash map looked under his hands suddenly felt a degree too slick. On the split, a portable sign that should have been bagged sat uncovered, arrow wrong. The upper ramp disappeared into a flashing row of maintenance trucks. The lead rolled by patiently above them, unbothered. The wrongness never touched him. They ran like that for 10 more miles, speed matching as if by wire. The CB burped a carrier once, and nothing else. He thought, briefly, of saying thank you into the empty. He didn't. Some thanks you keep in your lane and pay forward. At the next service exit, the lead clicked right and peeled off with a dignity that looked like someone finishing a chapter. The middle rolled with him. The tail hung back a moment at the gore point and lifted its high beams once. Not bright, just a soft ellipsis. He blinked his markers in return. Then the tail took the ramp too. Their taillights drifted down into sodium light and did not reappear in any mirror. He stayed on the main line a few minutes more and pulled into the way station when its green said open. The building's windows were night bright. A moth tested itself on the glass by the door. The woman in the booth wore her hair caught up and her expression like someone who'd had a dozen calm conversations tonight and could have 24 more. He took the scale, watched the numbers behave, eased forward. When she slid the window, he asked before he decided not to, "You see much convoying over the viaduct lately?" She smiled the smile of someone who knows a local story from the angle it's usually told. "Used to be a thing," she said, "before they raised the rail and put the wind fence in. Old-timers would bunch up and shelter the light ones. No chatter. Just lights." She handed him the slip. Colder nights like this, it wouldn't hurt to remember it. He folded the slip and set it on the dash next to the thermos lid. In the reflection, a red flash from a passing patrol car slid across his windshield, thin as a thought, and was gone. He rolled off and found the night a little wider than before, as if the road had made room. He saw them again only in the shape of other things. 3 Harvest combines nose to tail on a county road, moving like a single creature. 3 snowplows and a fan pushing one elegant wave of powder. 3 sets of running lights stitched along a ridge far away. Not trucks at all, wind turbines marking their edges with tiny dots against the night. He let those patterns stand in for the convoy when the wind rose. Some midweek later, the gusts returned, and another bridge asked for steady hands. He glanced up and felt his foot ease without telling it to. The markers in his mirror did not ripple. He wasn't waiting for them. He adjusted the way a person adjusts after they've been shown a better habit. Earlier, calmer, with tiny acts of courtesy that don't announce themselves. He crossed with room to spare, and the span hummed, and the night moved over it. And miles ahead, the road kept being the road, unspooling its quiet length for anyone who remembered the old language of light. Story number 8. The interstate climbed out of flats into the ribs of a mountain range, the night pressing closer with every mile. Rain thinned to a mist that made the hood look lacquered. Ahead, black rock opened its mouth around 2 smooth bores cut side by side, each framed in pale concrete like the edge of a picture. He'd passed through a dozen tunnels in a dozen states, but this one had its own weather. Cold air poured from it like the breath of a cellar. Signs lined the approach in tidy sequence. Headlights on in tunnel. Do not change lanes. Maintain. 35. He eased off the engine brake out of respect for the echo, and set his hands the way he always did when he wanted to feel every small suggestion from the tires, the faint tug where paint ridges met rubber, the hum that changed when the surface did. A digital board glowed overhead. Vent cycle active. Expect delay. Under it, an arrow blinked left, then right, then held steady over his bore. The rain beads on the glass turned to pinpricks in the tunnel's light. White tiles slid past, each seam a clean stitch. The first fans were a sound before they were anything else. A low, layered thrum that stacked on itself until it became a single presence. He'd driven through storms that sounded smaller. 50 yards into the bore, something subtle shifted in front of him. A compact pickup with an aero board on its roof rolled out of an alcove and took the lane, steady, no fuss. Follow Me glowed in fat amber bulbs that weren't LEDs. They had that old warm glass look the new lights can't imitate. The pickup's tailgate carried a faded stencil, Tunnel Ops Escort. It didn't jerk or brake check. It simply settled into his posted 35 like they had agreed. He checked the passenger mirror from reflex. In the convex, the world arrived twice. The pickup didn't reflect as bright as it should, as if the mirror was tuned to a different decade. He flicked the lights to low. The tunnel's ceiling lights flowed in a ripple, their pattern designed so a mind would not try to count them. He tried anyway and gave up. The pickup's brake lights touched twice polite, not warning. He matched them without thinking. An overhead gantry's message switched mid-roll. Hold here, vent test. A thin line of red lamps under the letters pulsed in a soft cadence. The pickup coasted to a halt beside a recess cut into the wall. The recess held an emergency phone box behind glass, a coiled hose, a darkened speaker. He pulled to a stop behind the pickup, trailer straight, brake set with that clean sigh that sounds like a room exhaling. The fans rose through another register. Wind moved his sleeve hair when he lifted a hand near the cracked side window. The air smelled like tin and damp and a trace of something antiseptic, like a pool when the doors first open. Somewhere above, footfalls crossed a catwalk measured, rubber soles, a pause, a small clink, as if a ring touched a rail. The emergency phone's light winked on inside its little window, more aglow than a shine. It didn't ring. The radio on his dash, even though it sat silent, hummed a line of power that came and went in time with the fan's breath. He sat and watched the pickup. The cab's side glass turned it into a plane of lights, with a driver-shaped absence at the wheel. Maybe the person sat low. Maybe the angle hid them. He took a sip from the thermos lid and found the coffee had cooled to something that tasted like a memory of coffee. From deeper in the bore, a faint tapping approached a rapid, neat tick that sounded like a bicycle coasting. He pictured one of the maintenance bikes he'd seen out west, used in long tunnels to ferry tools and bodies. The tick seemed to pass in the service walkway, invisible behind tile and conduit, then fade toward the next fan bank. The pickup's aero board went dark and back again, the bulbs warming through amber in a way LEDs never do. The gantry message changed. Proceed slow, crew ahead. The pickup moved. He followed. Far ahead, where the tunnel's curve hid one wall, a set of hazards glowed faintly, mistimed and weak. A car sat at an angle in the right lane, hood down, driver's door closed, its taillights dull, as if the battery had been worked too hard. The escort truck slid toward the middle of the lane and then angled, not enough to block, just enough to suggest a line that would carry him well around. He held to his lane because the sign had been firm, but the escort's movement turned the lane into a path. They rolled past with room to spare. In the alcove beyond, two figures in vests stood by a cabinet, hands on the edge as if listening to the wall. One raised a palm in that ritual wave that means we see you, you see us. Keep it smooth. He returned it small. The stalled car's hazards brightened a shade after they passed, then steadied, as if some invisible trickle had found its way back to the bulbs. Every 100 yards, a green exit door punctuated the tile. Out. The paint carried a gloss that remembered a brush. On one, taped beneath the enamel, a paper strip fluttered in the forced air. The strip had 3 letters typed on it in a machine's little bite. Okay. The tape held. It meant nothing. And everything. Mid-bore. The tunnel widened for a pullout, a place where tow trucks tuck and cruise stage cones. A portable sign sat face down on its legs, rocking slightly in a draft. The pickup's arrow swung to a straight bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. He rolled through a shallow cone of dust someone had kicked up earlier. It lifted and resettled like a small ghost, being careful not to touch anything. He became aware of the fans not as a whole but as individuals, a high one whining, a low one steady, one with a bearing that chattered on startup and then found peace. He heard a soft ding from the dash that wasn't any of his alarms, like the sound an elevator makes when it arrives on your floor. The pickup's brake lights yawned once and released. He matched them. His hands didn't feel big on the wheel anymore. They felt scaled to the space. Near the far mouth, the light changed, not brighter but warmer, as if the night had learned about dawn early. The pickup coasted and took the shoulder just before daylight touched its roof. It let him pass in that ceremony that happens at the end of a parade, no flourish, only the end of formation. He rolled out into air that smelled like cold pine and wet rock. In his mirror, the pickup's aero board winked off, then on, then off again. The truck's turn signal ticked once without turning. It eased into the cross passage and was gone. A plaza sat just beyond the portal's small building. Big windows, a flag that hung like it had slept. The open sign glowed a low green. He rolled onto the scale when the arm lifted. The attendant behind the glass had a book propped open on one knee and a pen behind an ear. She looked past him toward the tunnel, and then at her monitor, and then at him. "You come through just now?" she asked, routine and awake. "Right on the vent cycle," he said. "Your escort brought me around a stalled car." Her forehead ticked in the mildest frown. "We don't run escorts overnight," she said, not argumentative, just stating a fact she had said many nights. "Maintenance ride. Along's end at 8. She slid the window an inch. Cold air snuck in and folded itself into the warmth. "And the south bores closed for the next hour. Vent test. You must have threaded before the stop." He opened his mouth to decide what to call, what had guided him. The words didn't strictly matter. He closed his mouth and nodded. She passed him the printed weight in a neat rectangle and added, as if to balance her earlier statement with kindness, "They like it when trucks keep a steady 35. Makes the pressure play nice." A laminated map on the wall behind her marked the tunnel's cross passages with tiny dots. Someone had drawn a star on one, the one near mid-bore, with a dry erase marker, and left it there long enough that the ink had stained the plastic. A post-it below it read, in tidy black letters, "Fan 6, bearing inspected okay." He thought of the little paper on the exit door that had said the same. He eased back into the dark beyond the plaza lights and watched the tunnel mouth in his passenger mirror until it was just a pale coin. His radio found a station that played nothing but the sound of rain on leaves and continued with it as if it had been playing all along. The air past the portal kept its cold for another mile, then shrugged and let the mountain smell turn warmer. Later, at a diner perched above another stretch of blacktop, with eggs cooling and a clock whose second hand ticked too loud, he asked a man at the counter if the tunnel always felt like that. The man laughed softly into his coffee and said, "It doesn't feel like anything to me. But my granddad worked there. He used to say the air had better ears than people. If it wanted you to pause, you paused." He dabbed his toast in yolk, then glanced out at nothing in particular. "They had a pickup with a sign like Christmas lights. Retired it before I started driving. I still look for it. Habit." He left a tip in a clean triangle under the salt shaker and returned to his truck. When he opened the door, a breath of wind ran up the tunnel's valley like someone opening an unseen door. The fans were far enough away to be imagined. He fastened his belt, checked the mirrors, and merged into a morning that had made new promises while he was eating. On the dash, the printed slip sat with its tidy numbers. He touched it once and felt the faint texture of the paper's fibers, as if someone had written "OK" across them with their thumb. After that night, other tunnels felt simpler and stranger at once. Sometimes a service alcove light flicked on just as he passed, like a nod. Sometimes the infusion of cold air arrived a breath before the mouth. He never chased it. He let the road show him what needed patience and what needed pace. If a pickup with warm bulbs and a "Follow Me" sign rolled out in front of him again, he would follow it without making it a larger thing. If it never did, that was fine. The tiles would still stitch their seams, the fans would sing their careful song, and the mountain would hold its breath long enough for anyone willing to keep a steady 35. Story number 9. The prairie flattened the night into a clean horizon, and the interstate gave way to a county road that threaded past a grain elevator and a line of bare cottonwoods. He had taken this way 100 times to avoid the longer loop. The crossing came up after the bend where the radio tower blinked red like a heart on a metronome. The air smelled faintly of creosote and cold iron. He saw the flashers before he heard the bell, 2 red eyes beginning their steady wink at the end of the straight. He set the brake with that polite sigh air makes when it's told what to do, and rolled his window down an inch so the sound could be real. The bell clanged slow and even, the timing a little lazier than the ones at busy crossings. The crossbucks threw his headlights back at him. The gate arms lowered without hurry and stopped just above his hood, white and candy cane red, reflectors glowing like tiny coins. For a long breath, the road ahead held only the ticking flashers and the hum of his own engine. Then a headlight far down the track found the curve and grew brighter until it split into 2. The locomotive's eyes with their low ditch lights holding steady. The horn came late and correct too long, a short, a long, and folded itself into the night like a rule. He watched the engine slide by, a gray face with a number he'd seen on other runs or one like it. The side windows reflected the crossing lights. If anyone sat at the controls, their presence was a suggestion more than a sight. The freight wasn't fast. Cars followed with the seriousness of a procession-covered hoppers dusted white with some Far Mills powder, tankers like beads, boxcars tagging along in older paint. The first boxcar had a spray-painted hand in swoops and loops. "Hold fast," it said in letters claimed by a dozen walls in a dozen towns. The second said coupe gas in a neat stencil and wore a date from another autumn. The third had 5 letters in fresh paint that looked like someone had finished and walked away before deciding the rest. Stay. He smiled at himself, and the human habit of making stories out of other people's paint. The bell rang. The bell rang. "Rain," whispered a county line of drizzle that hadn't made up its mind yet. He sipped coffee that had grown gentle. The car behind him shut its engine off, and the night exhaled a layer deeper. He thought about the turnoff to the east, a gravel section road that ducked around the crossing and turned up on the other side. Locals used it when harvest ran long and patience ran thin. The state had posted a little sign there last year, white on green, Coes 9 Road. 20 minutes saved if the train liked to linger. He stared down that arm of blacktop and saw, as if on cue, an arrow perched on a sawhorse at the shoulder, reflective and hand-lettered. Local detour. He didn't remember the sign from earlier. It leaned in the wind like someone had set it and gone for coffee. The train's couplers clacked and ran out slack, the sound of steel greeting steel. The bell kept its duty. Car after car, seams, ladders, wheels. He let the rhythm become a metronome inside his head. Another boxcar drifted by, paint scuffed, door sealed. Across its side, "Wait 14." In matter-of-fact block letters. He frowned. 14 what? He said to no one. Then immediately felt silly in the way a person does when they answer their own joke out loud. He cracked his window another finger width and listened. Somewhere near the crossing bungalow, the little metal shed where relays clicked. Something ticked in a softer pattern than the bell. Inside that box, 100 decisions were being made by old hardware with new wiring. The rain tapped politer now. The crossing speaker crackled once and held its tongue. A pickup's headlights came up behind him, sat, and then aimed toward the shoulder like a horse trying to find a way around a closed gate. The driver's window rolled down. A hand emerged, long sleeve, 2 fingers lifted in a, "How long, you think?" He shrugged a little in the mirror. The hand waved toward COS 9 Road. He lifted his palm, the universal, "Your call." The pickup sat a breath, then drifted onto the gravel and into the dark ribbon of fence line toward the detour sign. On the next car, under a smear of old advertisements, someone had written in a thin, elegant hand with a paint pen, "Water ahead." He leaned forward and let the words sit in the light. It could have meant anything. It meant what it meant. 2 tankers with clean hazmat diamonds hissed by, and after them a plain gray car with no marks at all. Only a chalk line in one corner, like a teacher testing a board. Wait. He looked again toward the detour. The pickup's taillights slowed into red coins at the bend. For a moment, one light dipped lower than the other, like a foot finding air where ground should be. The truck stopped there, brake lights brightening and then steadying, and didn't move. He flashed his own hazards once without thinking. The bell rang. Rain made thread lines on glass. The gate arm above his hood held perfectly still, like a cat waiting for a fly to make a mistake. Across the tracks on the far shoulder, a shape moved through the slats of the signal fence, the kind of movement that belongs to a person checking things. A figure in a brimmed cap and a dark coat walked the ballast with a lantern held low. The lantern wasn't an LED. Its glow had that warm center older bulbs make. The figure paused by the bungalow, bent, lifted the glass of the emergency phone's box without opening it, and set it back. Then, one hand on the car side, he tapped twice with the back of his knuckles and moved on. It wasn't theatrical. It wasn't meant for anyone. It was the sort of thing that tells a night, "We are attending." When the figure came in line with his cab, he saw the way the lantern light made an orange circle on the wet rail, and saw the coat was the thick, straight-type railroaders wore in older photographs. The person didn't look up, didn't wave, only turned the lantern slightly toward the detour road and tilted it down the smallest of nose. Then he stepped between cars at the place where the space was wide enough, lantern turning to shadow, and vanished. The bell rang. Far across the fields, lightning flickered with no thunder. The freight paused in its crawl. The couplers clacked again, tension going slack and taking up, and then the cars rolled a fraction more. Time lost a minute. He glanced at the clock and saw that 14 had passed since the first wait 14 had slid by. Give or take the kind of time that lives in a cab with a thermos lid on the dash. The pickup backed up slowly from the detour, reverse lights making the bent stalks of weeds pale. The driver didn't try again. He turned around in the narrow and took a place behind the semi like a penitent. Headlights off, running lights on, the quiet admission that waiting was the better habit tonight. The last cars came, the ones that always feel like an encore two hoppers with identical marks as if someone liked the pattern and ordered it twice. A short high cube that looked like it belonged in a different train. The crossing bell clanged with energy again, like a song finding its end. The gate arms lifted with subtlety, not snapping up but rising like a reason being considered and accepted. The flashers blinked 3 more times and darkened. The wind found the cottonwoods and made them talk in their dry-lipped way. He eased over the tracks slow and looked, because looking at rails never hurts. In the angle where the detour road left the main, the county had dug a neat channel last month to fix a culvert. Rain had worried it. Somewhere tonight, water had chosen itself a better path. Where the gravel turned, there was a hollow now, edges clean, a dark oval that reflected sky in a way flat ground does not. No barrier stood there yet. If a person had taken it at speed and indifference, their front end would have met the night with a complication. As he passed, a county truck crested the far hill with an amber light turning, 2 cones riding the cab roof like orange birds waiting to be set down. At the elevator road, he paused long enough to watch the train's end clear the west, and to see, just for a second through the lattice of wheels and axles and shadows, the lantern again, moving along a catwalk on the other side, unhurried as bookkeeping. The glow tilted once toward the road, as if to mark the small victory of an hour that had decided not to sharpen. In town, the clerk at the late station slid him a receipt and said, "You get stuck by that long one?" As if they all knew the train like a cousin who stayed too long at dinner. He nodded. She added, eyes on a weather radar that didn't quite know the county lines. Sheriff called in a washout on 9 Road. Got there quick. No sign up before. Someone up there must have had good sense. He put the receipt in his logbook with the other rectangles that told a life to behave, and went back out under the canopy where rain clicked on the metal like typing. In the mirror, red blinked once, as a patrol car rolled by toward the west. On other nights, boxcars were just boxcars. Graffiti said what it says. The bell rang. The gate arms rose in their measured way. But sometimes a set of painted words arrived in a sequence that felt like a sentence. And sometimes a lantern took a small interest in where a wheel might go. And sometimes a sign appeared at the edge of a shoulder that pointed toward water a person couldn't see from the cab. He didn't make it bigger than that. He drove on, grateful for small delays that kept bigger ones from forming. Grateful for bells that did their patient work. Grateful for the way steel on steel sounds like a boundary being drawn where it's needed most. And when he came to that crossing again in daylight, the county's sawhorses were there, new and bright, and the whole wore a fresh culvert like a bandage. The elevator's catwalk glinted. The world was ordinary. He carried the part that wasn't with him anyway, the way people carry a warning said kindly and never forget how it was delivered. Story number 10. The interchange rose out of the plains like a drawing of an atom, a crown of high-mast lights floating over lanes that braided and unbraided with practiced grace. The night had that glassy look winter gives to air when it isn't sure if it wants to freeze. He had miles behind him that felt honest. The thermos lid sat like a little silver moon on the dash. The engine kept its low, patient conversation. A message board a few exits back had said, "Overhead lighting test ahead, use caution." He hadn't thought much about it. Tests came and went. The highway liked to rehearse when fewer eyes were on it. Still, when he crested the gentle rise before the cloverleaf and saw half the tall lights dark, half faint, and a few burning clean, he slowed a touch and let the truck find a steadier note. The first odd thing was how one light turned itself on right as he drew, even with its pole abloom from dim to warm, not a flick but a decision. 2 poles ahead, another followed. It made a slow stepping pattern across the concrete, a breadcrumb line of circles falling into place, each catching the guardrail, the sign faces, the pale faces of the arrows painted on the pavement. It was not fast enough to startle. It was deliberate enough to make him feel like the road had a hand on his sleeve. The map on the dash showed the knot he knew well. 2 right-hand lanes for east, 1 center for straight, 1 left for a ramp that behaved like a mirror image of the first. The signage was clear. The lights were clearer. A cluster winked on above the outer loop as if pointing. He drifted right a hair early, not to chase a trick, but to keep the truck's mass in a place that felt invited. As he eased into the curve, the air changed temperature the way it does under tall structures. The lamplight was a gentler color than the LEDs on newer stretches, sodium's old honey. In that glow, shapes found edges without getting loud about it. The centerline chevrons ahead seemed to lean with his motion. The reflection off wet paint made soft arrows that belonged to the night's idea of direction, not the day's. On the left, where the unlit part of the interchange shouldered the dark, a shredded length of tire lay across the seam of 2 lanes, a scrawl of black rope with steel glint hiding in it. The light that had just breathed on above his lane threw the faintest glimmer on 1 strand, enough to draw the eye. He adjusted and let the truck pass with room to spare. In his mirror, darkness took the hazard back and kept it away from whoever would use that lane next. At the base of 1 mast, he made out a bucket truck parked nose in, hazard lights clicking at a polite cadence. The boom was down. Nobody swayed up there. Nobody silhouetted against sky. In the cab, a figure leaned over a clipboard under a small lamp, the kind you clamp to a dash, its light a thin circle. The person looked up once, caught his headlights, and lifted 2 fingers, an old habit that could mean anything from evening to, "You're fine." He answered with the smallest nod, and the bucket remained sleeping metal. Signs announced the splits in their usual gospel. East 24 to South 31. Loop north. Ahead, 3 high-mast lights that had been dark opened in sequence 1, then 2, then 3 just over the outermost curve. The effect felt like a hand sketching the line of a route on paper. He kept to that sweep, felt the trailer follow like a careful animal, and let the speed bleed to what suits a long turn in a tall place. A faint clatter came from somewhere above, as if a cabinet door tapped shut. From the corner of his eye, in the cold space under the high deck, he saw the briefest twinkle of a bolt head or a ladder rung. He thought of the panels that control these lights, big metal boxes with breakers that bite down in rows, crews who know which to touch and which to let alone. The light stepped again, ahead and to the right, and he found the stripe without thinking. Underpass girders moved overhead like dark ribs. In the part of the loop where the lanes overlapped like nested arms, a single cone sat halfway in the gore point, and just beyond, a sedan with its hood up angled too close to the paint, its driver standing on the shoulder under a 40-foot shadow of his own. The stepped-on lights put a circle right on him for a moment, and the driver lifted a hand out and back, no help asked, just the signal that said, "I'm seen, and I see you." Then the light beyond him took over, and the circle moved on. When he came out to the long straight that feeds the cloverleaf back into the interstate, the stepping stopped. The next bank of tall lamps burned, as if they had been on all night. The engine took a breath, the road flattened, and the truck settled into its lane with the confidence of a routine finding its groove again. A mile beyond, a service plaza broke the darkness with its own curated day. He pulled in for a rinse of coffee, the kind that tastes like aluminum and routine and forgiveness. The clerk's radio was turned to a local traffic feed. A voice updated closures, A tone dinged. The voice returned to a level a person could sleep to. He mentioned, lightly, how the lighting test made the cloverleaf feel choreographed. She looked up from her screen with the expression of a person who knows the rumor mill without running it. They went dark earlier, she said. Power company's been playing with the feed. Folks called in. Our lot went dim too for 10 minutes. State came out, said they'd keep it off until dawn to be safe. She smiled at his surprised eyebrow. If you saw them stepping, I guess someone got fancy. He paid and went back out under the canopy. The wind had found a more purposeful direction. On the far edge of the plaza, a county truck idled with a light bar, white strobing. 2 workers carried new cones to the back of a flatbed, talking the way people talk when there's just enough work to keep voices busy. He eased back onto the ramp and looked across to the interchange as he merged. Where he would have taken his usual inner loop, a tow had its boom up, cables drawn taut as a fishing line, drawing a small SUV out of the narrow, painted wedge, where it had stopped in an unwise place. Patrol cars angled, blue low and non-theatrical. The high-mast lights over that slice were dark. The ones over his route stayed on, domestic and kind, like a kitchen light left over a sink. He didn't claim credit for what he hadn't done. He didn't name what he'd followed. He thought instead about how light decides to be helpful. By existing in the right place at the right time, by calling attention without scolding, by lingering long enough for a mind to grasp the shape of a turn. Back on the main line, the high-mast crowns fell behind. The night returned to its ordinary pallet dash lights, cat's eyes, the brief flare of another rig's markers lifting over a rise, the occasional farmhouse window standing in for a star. He settled to a pace that let the road pass through him more than he passed through it. On other runs through other tangles of ramps, he noticed small favors. A sign's reflective face, catching an angle just when fatigue tried to blur a number. A lamp staying alive long enough to turn a puddle into a piece of information instead of a guess. A maintenance truck parked exactly where a person would scan for a cue if they weren't sure. A pattern of newly painted arrows in a place where the old lines still tried to stubbornly exist under a ghost of white. He had no interest in arguing with any of it. When the road showed him a way, he took it. Weeks later, on a clear evening, he passed that interchange in daylight. The high masts stood like thin trees. The bucket truck was there again. Boom up. A worker strapped and steady near the top like a bird on a wire. He saw a gloved hand slap a cabinet at the base and imagined the quiet thump it made. He smiled without telling himself why. The highway has a personality when it wants to. Sometimes it talks in miles. Sometimes it talks in light that blooms exactly where a wheel ought to go. Story number 11. The high prairie didn't so much wear winter as keep it in its pockets. The road lay level and spare under a sky that the stars had taken a step back from. A low wind combed the snow into lines that ran with the asphalt like fur brushed smooth. Forecasts had played it down flurries, a bit of drift. The state's message boards had used one of those neutral phrases that only meant anything to people who lived out here. Road may close, without notice. He ran light, a simple box behind him, nothing that pushed when gusts tested. The heater set the cab to that small, steady warmth that keeps hands nimble and thoughts unhurried. In the glass, the wipers made a quiet clock out of the night. The world outside had only a handful of shapes: fence, mileposts, the dark stripe of a windbreak miles off. A gate arm came into the high beams now and then, one of the winter closures on its own concrete island, sitting upright and asleep. Past one of those, the road forgot to be visible. Not a whiteout, exactly. More like a thin sheet moving through the beam, a soft curtain that changed the lines on the ground from sure to guessed. He slowed because slowing was a way of getting information. The rumble strip gave a few short murmurs, and then ceased because even it had gone under a lace of snow. He looked for the little things: delineator posts, the way the grass stood to the right when it didn't have snow to hide in, fence wire catching enough light to exist. They were intermittent and polite. The world gently declined to help. Far ahead, low on the ground, a point shrugged to life. It wasn't high like a mast. It wasn't a truck's running light. It was the color of a match caught just as it starts, a little amber speaking from the snow's top. It pulsed once, twice, 3 times the way a heart tests a rhythm. A second point, a dozen yards on, answered a soft yes. He breathed, without deciding he'd been holding breath. The points picked a lane, a line that lounged just left of center, then found the right, then held it. He followed, not tight, not trusting, just letting the suggestion exist in front of him as he moved. He had seen cat's eyes and reflectors in other states, glass and polymer that make light back into information. These weren't those. They didn't sit in the paint. They floated a hand above the drift, each on a thin stem he couldn't see until his lights were nearly on them. And they weren't steady. They winked awake as his beam reached them and grew the way warm bulbs do, then faded back into whatever they had been before. He suspected posts a crew had set earlier snow sticks with reflectors clipped on. He hadn't noticed any crew. That thought didn't need to be argued with. It was simply a helpful picture to put in his head while he drove. The wind pushed, and the trailer took the push and gave it back the way a patient animal does, enough to be recognized, not enough to matter. He kept to a speed that made sense and let the points be points. They drew him to the right where the road sloped off into a shallow basin he hadn't remembered from summer. The basin kept the drifted snow lower, the wind less organized. The posts used that basin like a hallway, their little lights showing where the straight had crept a yard from the center line to dodge a patch of deep. After a mile, a sign rose where no sign should rise. A wooden face, the paint a color it had chosen a generation ago, letters routed and filled with reflective sheeting that had softened but still caught light. Storm lay by trucks, it said, with an arrow pointing down a wide turn carved clean out of the shoulder. No DOT logo, no farm name, no number. It looked older than the gate arms, and younger than the fence. He took the turn because every part of him had already decided to. It led to a long, shallow pocket cut into the lee of a low dirt berm, tall enough to break the wind into a civilized breath, low enough not to be a wall. 3 other rigs had already founded a tanker, a flat with a bundled load under a white tarp, a day cab with a short box. Their markers thought about glowing, and then decided it wasn't worth being dramatic. They sat in a row like dogs that know one another, noses into wind, tails out. He eased in on the end, nose to the berm, the truck leaning into stillness like a person taking a seat. He set the brake, and felt the relief of standing weight become resting weight. He left the engine at a low idle and cracked the window a finger so the air could carry what it wanted to carry. The wind sounded like a hiss someone had learned to be gentle about. Snow rubbed the bumper in small, dry whispers. Nothing asked him to get out. Nothing asked him to prove anything. Through the windshield, the little amber points continued a bit farther down the road, then curved off into the wide, then died. Past them, the world was a thin, moving wall again. A minute later, red and blue flickered faint and low beyond that wall. Not theatrical, not racing. Just a patrol rig making its way to the winter gate a mile back. When it reached the mast, the colors firmed, the gate pivoted down, and the sign that only matters a few nights a year began to flash. Road closed. From the day cab 2 places over, a figure climbed down, set 2 chocks with a tidy clack under the front tires, climbed back in. From the tanker, nothing moved. The tarp on the flat made a hand-sized drumbeat somewhere a human couldn't reach. Across the berm, farther out in the country, a yard light took on a halo and then decided it was not that kind of night and returned to itself. The map on his dash did what maps do when service forgot them. It held the line and pretended the weather was not weather. He reached up and tapped the screen anyway and watched as if unfamiliar icons might learn to appear. Nonded. He poured a small measure of coffee and watched steamroll and vanish. Somewhere between the files in the dash and the daylight in his head, there was a clock, and it said a reasonable hour to be sleeping approached. He slid the curtain halfway. He didn't lie down. He let the heater and the idle and the wind make a chord. Time did what time does when the world doesn't require anything. It flattened. The little amber points outside winked once, then not again. The red and blue that had gone to the gate dimmed. Snow lifted and set over the berm in handfuls. He must have nodded. He woke to the sound of a plow a long way off, a low scrape and a hollow boom, as a blade took a seam and sent it away. He saw it only as a thinning in the white at the end of the lay-by, the way a fish's path might be noticed by water without ever seeing the fish. At some undeclared hour, the wind stepped back, not far, but enough to let the drifts hold still. The lay-by felt less like a room and more like a porch. Far past the berm, the gate arm lifted in a clean, calm swing. The red and blue did not return. A county pickup rolled by with an amber rotating on the roof like a sensible planet. slower than television makes them. It paused at the mouth of the lay-by, window down, and the person inside raised a hand, a long glove, a question answered by any driver who has ever had to answer it. He answered with a thumb up. The person nodded and went on, not officiating, just noting. He idled out into a morning made of hard edges and honest shadows. The little amber points, if they had sat on stems, were gone. The snow's face was smooth as if it had decided overnight to hide its own tricks. The storm lay-by sign stood as he'd seen it, wood a shade darker, frost drawing lace in the routed letters. He rolled back onto the main lane, tires finding the center by habit, and the mark left by the plow. His mirrors held the lay-by for a moment like a memory, then traded it for the line of fence. In the first town, the cafe smelled like quilts and toast, and the coffee of people who get up too early on purpose. A photograph hung on the wall of the counter, a row of trucks in old paint tucked nose, first against a windbreak made of snow, each with a drift piled in the same shape. Someone had written under it in pencil, small and straight, 1,978 Storm Lay, by mile 212. The waitress poured and said, as if it lived in her part of the brain. They put that up after the winter, when folks kept trying for the summit and couldn't see their way. Supposed to be temporary, just kind of stayed. He asked if it showed on maps. She shrugged. Only on the paper ones folks make for each other. She set a plate down that softened the edges of a hard year, and moved on, humming 2 notes. Back out on the highway, he looked for the wooden face on the next run under Sunday. It was there when the light took it in, then not when he came back months later after a dry spell, as if the county had taken it down to paint and forgotten, as if it came and went on the weather's say-so. He kept the sense of it anyway, the idea that some pieces of road belong more to the night than the day, and that they appear when a person needs a place to step out of the line of wind. He didn't talk about the lights. There was no need. People who drove these miles had their own sets of small witnesses. Some had seen old bulbs warm in places they shouldn't. Some had looked up into a hard dark and watched the world offer a smaller room tucked inside the large one. He drove on with that comfort tucked where a person keeps the tools that don't have to be used often but make all the difference when they're needed. When the prairie loosened its grip on winter and turned the snow to a thin crust that shone like sheet metal at noon, he passed mile 212 again. No wind. No need. The fence hummed with 1,000 small insects practicing spring. The lay-by was not there. It wasn't missed. It would be there when another night chose to write it back in. He kept what the hour had given him, a picture of amber dots waking in succession on stem-thin posts, and a paint-soft word on old wood that had told anyone who needed to hear it. Stop here a while. Let the road go on without you, until it remembers to be safe. He let the truck hum, and the miles do what miles do. He didn't call it a haunting, and he didn't call it luck. He called it the kind of kindness roads seem to offer rarely and exactly on time. A small, precise place where a person can let the wind pass over and then rejoin the world after the night has practiced being less dangerous. And that brings tonight's journey to an end. 11 true trucker horror stories from the highways that never truly sleep. Out there, beyond the glow of the dash lights, the road keeps its secrets waiting for the next driver to hear them. If these stories gave you chills, tap that like button and help us reach our goal of 100 likes. It keeps our wheels turning through the night. And if you're new here, subscribe to The Sleep Haunt so you never miss another ride into the unknown. Until next time, keep your headlights bright, your mind steady, and your doors locked tight. Good night and drive safe out there.